Okay, so we're going to call the meeting to order. I want to first recognize we're on unceded, unsurrendered Indigenous territory, Anishinaabe Algonquin territory, and that we certainly have a large agenda here today as well. There's a lot to go through with several delegations for several items. So first, I'll just see if there's any declarations of interest. Okay, seeing none. Next item is the confirmation of minutes. Are the minutes one of the Environment and Climate Change Committee meeting of Tuesday, the 23rd of February, 2023 confirmed? Okay, thank you. There is an item, communications and correspondence, the tree clearing near the Taywin area. This item's on the agenda because there was a significant interest, and obviously there's 12 delegations that have, or 13 delegations that have registered for that item. There's also a brief staff presentation, as well as a draft direction. So with the Will Committee, I'd like to lift this item onto the agenda for the consideration, and we can listen to a number of delegations that have come out today to speak. Is that carried? Fantastic, thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. Were we supposed to do roll call, or did I miss it? I just
oh, yeah. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes, we should do
okay. Just to keep it all formal and everything, you know.
Let's do that. So I'll move it over to Chris for roll call.
Happy to do so, Chair. Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Hill. I'm sorry, Councillor Hill. Oh.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Vice Chair Carr.
Present.
You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And hopefully with the Willow Committee, we can just carry on where I had left off, breezing through the agenda here. So number 4.1 is held. 5.1, there's the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee end of term closeout report. There is a delegation, so we'll hold this item as we've got the one registered speaker. 5.2, the status update Environment and Climate Change Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending March 10th. There's no speakers or nor correspondence on this item. Can we receive this item?
Received.
Thank you. Item 6, the 6.1, the wastewater energy transfer pilot project. We're going to hold this item. Staff have a presentation, and we've got one registered delegation. So excited to hear that report later on today. Public Works Department, financial statements for in-house solid waste collection, external audits. We don't have speakers on this item, but I know staff have a brief presentation prepared, and I think it'd be good to hear just on that audit, given some decisions coming our way on the in-house solid waste collection and solid waste collection generally later on this year. So I think we'll hold that and just get that brief staff presentation. And then there's the motions which notice has previously been given. We'll get to that at that time around the electric vehicle parking meter stations that Councillor King has substituted a motion for the one that he introduced at our last meeting, which has been circulated to all members of council. So we'll come back to that as well. And there's a couple delegations on that. We'll come back to those pieces. So the first item up is our communications correspondence, the tree clearing near the Taywin area. And there are several registered speakers, but I think what we'll do is we'll go to city staff first for just a brief presentation or brief overview, and then we'll move into the registered speakers. So staff want to come up on that item?
Good morning, Chair, members of committee. Staff don't have a formal presentation, but thought it would be appropriate to just cover some of the facts in terms of the recent events and communications with council. So a little background on February 17th, staff were made aware of a tree cutting operation in the within the Taywin area. The land where the tree cutting was occurring is within the larger Taywin ownership area, but is not within the area that was approved for urban expansion by City Council and the province. So the tree protection bylaw does apply to the area in question. And a tree permit is required to remove trees on the site, subject to the exemptions that are listed in the bylaw. City staff confirmed that trees were removed and that no tree permit was obtained from the city. So on February 22nd, the city issued a stop work order under the bylaw to halt tree cutting activities and allow time for staff to investigate. The ownership group subsequently provided notice that the tree cutting was to support future agricultural operations. The tree protection bylaw does include an exemption for tree permitting requirements if the tree removal is required for normal farm practices. Documentation that the tree clearing was done in preparation for farming activities was provided to city staff by the Taywin ownership group. Based on staff's review, legal and planning staff's review of the information provided, it was confirmed that the tree cutting is exempt from the tree protection bylaw. Subsequently, the stop work order was lifted. Staff have indicated to council that they will continue to monitor the activities on the site, and we will be looking to confirm adherence with that farming exemption. That concludes the summary.
Okay, thank you so much for that introduction. There'll be a chance to ask staff questions after we hear from delegations. And there is a direction as well that we'll read in as well. We'll go after delegations on that piece. So the first delegation is William Van Geest, Program Coordinator for Ecology Ottawa. William, you're up for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair. Are you able to hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. And I can just get started.
You can go. We can hear you.
Okay.
It's a bit shallow in the noise, but hopefully we'll make it through.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm addressing you on behalf of Ecology Ottawa, as was mentioned. We were outraged when we learned that earlier this year, 70 hectares of land in the southeast corner of our city had been stripped of its trees. We were appalled by the photos circulating in the media of enormous piles of trunks with machinery beside them, and of what was recently the habitat of animals reduced to bare ground. We were shocked to hear that this destruction was conducted under cover of night, behind a buffer of trees that concealed the carnage from the community. And we were incensed that while the landowners had insisted that the Carlsbad Springs community would be consulted throughout the process of developing these lands, they had not heard a word about these operations. It came as a relief to us then to hear that the city imposed a stop work order on this ruthless operation, even if it took 5 days for them to do so. Surely, we thought, the destruction was over. To our shocked horror, however, the city lifted the work order on March 7th, permitting the destruction to continue. And in fact, the landowners enjoy the city's blessing to this very moment. As members of the Environment and Climate Change Committee, on a day that the United Nations has designated International Day of Forests, you don't need me to remind you of the critical importance of trees. Apart from their inherent value, these trees were also habitat to 70 hectares of wildlife, birds, mammals, insects, some of which are rare or endangered. They were part of our best defense against climate change, removing carbon from the atmosphere and purifying the air that we all breathe. They managed humidity levels, soaking up excess stormwater and keeping the land moist during dry periods. Yet, despite these benefits, and despite City Council having declared a climate emergency in 2019, City staff gave its approval to this senseless deforestation. We are, as I mentioned, outraged. So too are hundreds of Ottawans. On March 2nd, we launched a petition calling on the city to investigate the clear cutting, to hold the landowners accountable, to take steps to prevent future clear cutting, and to increase funding to enforce the tree protection bylaw. To date, over 600 people from across the city have signed this petition. We also provided a form email with similar requests. To date, almost 1,000 of these emails have gone out. We also co-organized a rally in Carlsbad Springs on March 12th to protest the ecological devastation. People from across the region braved the cold and stood up for trees and community members. Finally, we encouraged Ottawans to ask members of this committee that the clear cutting be discussed today. We know that at least 100 emails to this effect were sent. Again, Ottawans are furious. We're furious about the trees destroyed, which could number anywhere from 25,000 to 70,000. We're furious that the city, in full knowledge of this destruction, gave it the go-ahead. We're furious that the tree protection bylaw is unable to prevent the most egregious case of forest destruction. And we're furious because the many, many hectares of forest around the city could suffer the same fate. Obviously, it's too late to save this forest. The damage is done. Here's what we're asking. First of all, transparency. How did the city come to the decision to lift the stop work order? Secondly, future protections, a requirement that groups show in advance that they're an agricultural operation before claiming this exemption to the relevant bylaws. Third, a review of the tree protection bylaw and an acceleration of aspects relating to the rural and peri-urban boundary so that this loophole is not exploited again. Fourth, support for the Carlsbad Springs community's request that the trees destroyed be replaced at a level of at least 1-to-1. And fifth, that the landowners place an agricultural easement on the property in question, emphasizing regenerative practices, since they now claim that their intentions are agricultural. We have heard that this mayor and council have ambitious plans to plant trees and reforest the canopy, and that needs to be complemented by protecting the trees and forests that we already steward. I will be watching your deliberations today. I and the hundreds of Ottawans who understand the value of our precious forests. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. I'm going to ask if there's questions for the delegation from committee. Okay, I am not seeing questions at this time. There are a number of delegations, so I'm sure there'll be some that coming. Thank you very much, William, for your delegation.
Thank you,
Next
Chair.
up is Sam Hirsch.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thanks. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, which is especially important to speak about, especially when we're talking about land use in this city, and also given the situation here where councillors were sold on the Tailwind project in 2021 by the previous administration as an act of reconciliation, when in reality, the situation is a lot more complicated than that. First, I want to thank Committee Chair Menard for raising this issue so residents are able to speak to it today. It's important that we have some avenue to discuss this in a public forum, given Taggart's incredible lack of transparency around it with residents of the surrounding community of Carlsbad Springs, as well as residents across this city to whom this issue is also of extreme importance. The destruction of our environment and remaining tree canopy is a citywide issue, and I'm happy to speak today, of course, in solidarity with folks who have spoken out against the egregious deforestation, but also with rural residents who are worried about what is happening in their community and were barely ever consulted. The rally that we held 2 weekends ago in Carlsbad Springs was a notable example of how rural, suburban, and urban residents are united in their opposition to the actions of Taggart, as well as in support of more action when it comes to climate change. Yesterday, several news outlets wrote about the synthesis report from the IPCC, or Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that was published, and the outlook is grim. The report is a full-throated call for the massive yet doable changes our governments must enact to limit the damage that comes with each fraction of a degree of warming. The report says that, quote, there's a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. The choices and actions implemented in this decade will have impacts now and for thousands of years. In fact, the report also mentions some important mitigation measures when it comes to climate change. That includes trees, like integrating trees into farmland. If the land is truly being used for farming, and I have my doubts, then it should integrate this measure, for example, and carbon removal through the planting of more trees, not cutting more of them down. I'd also be incredibly remiss if I didn't mention the mayor's own goal of planting 1 million trees in the next 4 years, or 250,000 annually. I'd say the cutting of now tens of thousands of trees probably puts a dent in that plan. For someone who made such a bold and ambitious promise on tree planting and our tree canopy, it has been disappointing, but entirely predictable, to say the least, to see our mayor be almost completely silent on this. Not to mention, obviously, the climate emergency that the city announced in 2019, of which very little has been done. Are the profits of developers more important to our mayor and council than climate policy and preserving our ever-shrinking tree canopy? But on the topic of developer profits and perceived influence, it's important to note that based on our own reports from Horizon Ottawa's database of developer donations in the 2018 election, the 2022 donations, of course, aren't available yet, Taggart spent the most money, over $71,000 in donations to candidates, one of them being the councillor for the area, George Aruz, and another one of note being a member of this very committee, Councillor Tierney, who accepted 13% of his total donations, $4,400 from the Taggart group of companies out of his total $32,000 in donations, 80% of that being from developers. And interestingly enough, Councillor Tierney was also the councillor who put forward the motion to add hundreds of hectares to Taywin immediately in 2021 instead of doing 5 more years of study, despite staff raising concerns about the sustainability of the development because of its proximity to existing services, as well as building on unstable Leda clay and wetlands. Of course, as I mentioned, we don't have the results yet, the records yet of last election, but I don't doubt that the results may be similar. All to say that developers need to follow the rules just like every other stakeholder involved in the development process in our city. And if our rules allow for Taggart's massive clear cutting, then those rules in our tree protection bylaw have to be reformed, as the previous speaker also said. No good tree protection bylaw would have allowed for this developer to clear cut over 25,000 trees and then be exempted without any question when they said it was very questionably for farming purposes. And how do they prove this to the city? Those documents or any evidence needs to be made public. And is the land, much of it that is on a wetland, even farmable? And further, this committee and the city need to ensure that this land is truly zoned for farming and that Taggart does not turn around and try to shift it to be able to develop on it. That is what residents across the city are especially worried about. You know, I get it. We need to be building homes. We're in a housing crisis. And I was very happy yesterday to see that the Planning and Housing Committee approved the contested affordable housing development in Orleans. But we need more of that. Denser, affordable, and livable neighborhoods built in existing parts of the city where there is infrastructure to sustain it, not incredible sprawl that we know is incredibly bad for our environment. We need more housing. We certainly do, but housing that people can afford and housing that doesn't lead to unnecessary destruction of our shrinking tree canopy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. Any questions for the delegate from committee? Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Sam, for your delegation today. Angela Keller Herzog, you're up next, the Executive Director of Cafes.
Hi there, I have a visual presentation. Thank you. Can you hear me and see the screen?
We can hear you and your presentation is up.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so I'm Angela Keller Herzog, the Executive Director of Cafes. Nice to see you here this morning. Cafes, next slide, please. Cafes is Ottawa's Environment and Climate Network. I think most of you know us. Next slide, please. And we have a mandate to support community action, to be an effective advocacy network, and to build community. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be not as wide-ranging and deep and fundamental as the preceding delegations, but a little bit more focused and pointed. So we've lost an estimated 25,000 trees in this clear cut, perhaps more trees are being cut. It's a large tract of land. So we understand, and we've come to realize that you don't need to go to Brazil to have clear cut on fairly poor agricultural land, but that's happening right here. So my question is, what are the policy tools for how we deal with the loss of forest cover in the rural area? And if we look at the official plan, indeed that there is provision to protect the city's natural environment and to identify the natural heritage system. Next slide, please. And under that 4.8 set of policies, policy number 5 then tells us that the city shall take a no net loss approach with respect to evaluated wetlands and also to forest cover. So this would apply fairly squarely. Next slide, please. Looking at not just rural, but also urban. We also have policy statements regarding the forest cover in the urban area. And there we say that we want to protect, enhance tree canopy and protect wetlands and other natural areas, as well as resilience to future flood risks. And I know that some of the neighbors are worried about the water issues in the Taywin area because it is the headland for a spring. Next slide, please. So on the urban policy I think we skipped a slide. No? Okay. So these are our policy statements then. So the question is, what are the tools for us to be actually ensuring this no net loss? For sure, we need to measure what we want to manage. And when I have questions about where's the data on our rural forest cover, where is the data on our urban canopy, what are the losses due to, for example, the derecho, what are the losses due to urban development, I'm not able to get that data. I can get numbers per ward about the very small number of trees that have been planted, but I can't get the data in terms of the trees that we've lost. So if we're going to have a no net loss policy, then we first of all need to have that data. And right now the word is that there's no capacity for that. Next slide, please. So in the context of the budget, we saw that there was only a small budget increase to the Natural Systems and Forest Service. But we know that if they don't even have the capacity to measure and track this for councillors and for the public, are we really on track to planning, planting, protecting, and financing this equitable 40% tree canopy? And how are we actually implementing this no net loss policy? Next slide, please. One of the things that I think is evident and obvious is that to do this will take resources. So to have this green infrastructure in balance with our gray infrastructure is going to take allocation of effort and resources. And I look to you, Council, to figure out what the plan for that is and how those resources get allocated. How do we replace those 25,000 trees that have just been clear cut and that spent 30 years growing? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there questions for the delegate from committee? Okay, I see Councillor Hill has his hand up. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the delegation. I'm really interested in the concept of the kind of looking at our ratio. I like the gray versus green space concept. I think it's a fair comparable to look at. Out in Barrhaven, I hear a lot about the golden space as well, and the agricultural piece that we see, just north of Barrhaven up in I guess it's the green belt, but really it's more of a golden belt because it's agriculture. And I would just be interested in your take on, that ratio including a component of agricultural land? Because I know that that's what this is looking to move towards. And also, just from the perspective of, sustainable food economies and such, and local producers and such, how does that factor into this analysis from your perspective?
Okay, thank you very much for this question, Councillor Hill. So there's really two issues. One is in my slide, I was actually talking about investment in gray infrastructure versus investment in green infrastructure. And if we're talking about these broad buckets, perhaps we should be considering agricultural land, particularly prime agricultural land, as part of our green infrastructure that we need to perhaps spend money to protect. Perhaps there need to be incentives for owners of woodlands to be protecting that green infrastructure that provides us with these environmental and ecological services. So that boils down to the budgets, and we know that when it comes to gray infrastructure budgets, those are very quickly hugely expensive, right? We're talking millions of dollars right away. As soon as, the engineers want to change a culvert, that's going to cost you $100,000, right? So that's one discussion. In terms of the land use, I don't think that in Ottawa we're talking about the gold belt anymore. I think that idea was ditched. But in general, I think that the protection of prime agricultural land is something that certainly the previous chair of the Environment Committee, Councillor Moffat, would speak to very strongly. And there was a lot of debate, around when the discussion on the urban boundary came up, where a lot of people were speaking in favor of that. So, I think that we should support that as a very strong value. Now, when it comes to the Taywin land in question, I think Councillor DeRuse has described the proposed agricultural use as an interim or intermediate temporary use. So the implication is that this is, I think that the land developers, they have long-term time horizons. So the idea is, I believe, that this land is now getting cleaned up, so to speak, and then maybe in 10 years, the urban boundary will move again. So I don't think that there's so much of a gold belt, but as Councillor DeRuse has described it, this is an intermediate stage for this land.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delia.
Thank you, Councillor, and thanks for the delegation. Our next delegation up is Paul Johannes, the Chair of the Green Space Alliance.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me this morning. I'm here on behalf of the Green Space Alliance. This green space loss has been one of the biggest issues, threats that we've faced for a long time. And so, of course, there's lots of mobilization and concern coming around this particular deforestation. I'll make sort of 3 points today. I'll talk to the wording and intent of the exemption. We'll talk again about the policy, the natural heritage system policy that Angela has just spoken about. And I'd like to talk about tree protection in the peri-urban area. So those 3 points I'll cover in my comments. First, the wording and intent of the exemption. Under the tree protection bylaw, we know that it applies to this piece of land, and we know that there's an agricultural exemption. But if we look at the wording carefully, it's an exemption if the destruction is carried out as a normal farm practice, as part of a agricultural operation, carried out by a farm business. Those words are explicit in the bylaw, carried out by a farm business. So there's something about a sort of a class of applicant here that is mentioned in the bylaw. In the site alteration bylaw, we talk less about it, but it's also applicable in this case. In particular, the protection of natural environment section 11 of the bylaw, because this land is covered by the natural heritage feature overlay. So in Schedule B of the bylaw, the map will show that this is covering this particular land. There's similar language in the site alteration bylaw for the exemption, but in there, the language is carried out by an agricultural operation. Now, both these bylaws have this exemption because of provincial legislation. So the Ontario Farm and Food Production Protection Act makes this exemption available. But that act also defines agricultural operation, and it defines a farmer. It says a farmer is an owner or operator of an agricultural operation. So the question is, what is the intent here of the bylaw, of these two bylaws, and what is the intent of this legislation? Is this exemption really intended for farmers, agricultural operators, so as to not restrict their agricultural work, their agricultural operation, and opportunities on their land? Is that the intent? What about non-farm businesses? For example, a land developer who carries out this destruction in the expectation of earning leasing revenues. Is that covered by the bylaw? Is that covered? Is that consistent with the legislation? I think this is an open question. I think, and we certainly can't answer that. I mean, the ownership of this situation is very, very complicated. We don't really understand all the ownership relationships. We don't know really who did what, who's paying the bill here. So there's questions that need to be answered on that. But I think the city needs to get a definitive judicial determination of what the intent of the bylaw is in this respect. And the renew version of this bylaw, which is up for renewal, it's already past due, needs to take that into account and make explicit really what this means. So 2 other points. The policy that Angela referred to, 4.8.1 policy 5, so shall approach rural forest cover loss on a no net loss basis. How will the city implement this policy? It's an official plan policy now. In the context of this particular instance, we've lost 25,000 trees. How do we achieve the balance, the no net loss balance? Where do we get 25,000 new trees to balance it out in accordance with this official plan policy? And finally, the tree protection in the peri-urban area. The peri-urban area is that ring around the entire urban boundary extending 2 kilometers out, which is always at high risk for preemptive deforestation. The city's known this. The city wanted to address it in the significant woodland policy work. It wasn't done. Eventually, it was supposed to get into the tree protection bylaw. It wasn't. It's in the program of work for the site alteration bylaw. For the tree protection bylaw. So we would like to see that work accelerated. We'd like to see direction provided to make sure that the tree protection in the peri-urban area is covered in the bylaw, because this 25,000 tree loss occurred in the peri-urban area, right next to the urban boundary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. I see that Councillor Devine has his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. So as always, I'm very appreciative of the delegations we get at these meetings. It's always very reassuring to see that there are so many people in the city who are very learned on this subject. I also learned from one of these delegates that today is it's no irony, that no small amount of irony that the UN has declared today being an International Forest Day. I think it's great that we're having this conversation on International Forest Day. From what I understand, the theme of this year's UN celebration aims to highlight how forests sustain health. And I think it sounds like our goal here today is to talk about how we can work to better support and sustain the forests that sustain us. I do have just a couple questions. I've been noting down questions from some of the delegates already, which I'll get to when we get to staff, but just a few questions for Mr. Johannes here based on what I heard. So Mr. Johannes, I heard you mention with regards to the tree protection bylaw that I think I heard you say that it's overdue for review. As I understand it, I don't believe it's overdue for review. I think it's scheduled for the final bylaw review in this term of council. I'm going to be talking to that later about the timeline for that bylaw review and the criteria for it. But Mr. Johannes, are you kind of advocating or suggesting that it's your belief that the tree review bylaw process should perhaps be expedited?
Certainly with respect to the issue of the peri-urban area, depending on, like really right now, based on this precedent, there's a very large area, forested area, treed areas outside the newly expanded urban boundary in North Canada, in Stittsville, in Barrhaven, in Riverside South, in Leitrim, in this Taywinland area, in even in the Orleans area, that are at risk of being cleared using exactly the same arguments and the same interpretation of the bylaw. So I would think that the site, the tree protection in the peri-urban area has now taken on extremely urgent character. It needs to be addressed ahead of. It doesn't have to be done as part of the overall review of the tree protection bylaw, but simply completing the work that was supposed to have been done in the work program when the bylaw was implemented in January 2021.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as I understand it, the framework for how and when bylaw reviews take place is based on a number of factors, including how old the bylaw is. I think the reason that this bylaw is as late in the term as it currently is because the bylaw is relatively new. But among the various criteria for determining when a bylaw should be reviewed include matters of whether it's a matter of urgency or whether there is sufficient community interest in the review. So there perhaps may be a prompt to review that bylaw sooner. Another question I have for you, Mr. Johannes, you were making reference, or several delegates have made reference to the loss of what has been alleged as 25,000 trees, and how there's the policy in the new official plan, item 4.8.1, policy 5, about the no net loss approach to development. Mr. Johannes, do you have a specific suggestion for how, if that policy were to be applied, how that policy would be applied in recovering the net loss here in this situation?
Thank you for that. The policy itself lists means by which this could be achieved. It says through land use, through stewardship agreements, through land acquisition. So there's ways that are listed in the policies, but there, and there could be others. There could be, voluntary restitution, and any number of other means that could be used to implement the policy. I think you'll hear later today from other delegates that there's already been talk. We've seen that Taggart has written to the local community association offering to compensate, in a sense, for what's happened. I think that compensation could work in this direction, in the direction of restituting the tree loss that we've experienced. So those are trails or leads that could lead to achieving no net loss in this particular case.
Thank you. And finally, I did hear you mention in your remarks your interpretation of some of the exemption clauses, whereby such exemptions are permitted when in the case of an agricultural operation and a farming business. I do appreciate what you were raising about the intent or the likely intent behind that exemption, and what might define a farmer or a farming business. I'll likely get to that when it's time for us to direct questions to staff, but thank you for raising it yourself.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Devine, and thank you for the delegation. Paul, I just want to go to staff briefly too, just to explain their own work plan for this term, specifically around the tree protection bylaw. so committee is informed of what your plan is.
Thanks so much through you, Chair. So this tree protection bylaw came into effect just 2 years ago. So we're sort of still considering it quite new. In terms of what we have on deck, we had a motion from the last term of council to reduce the diameter that the diameter of tree that the bylaw covers in the suburban area from 50 to 30 centimeters to be consistent with the urban area. And we will be coming back to this committee and council with that. Well, we have to do some consultation and then with that amendment in Q2. And so that's what's immediately on deck for us. There are, as Paul mentioned, the peri-urban woodland protection peri-urban protection of the bylaw was on the work plan for the original tree protection bylaw. It didn't get approved immediately with the first tree protection bylaw, but when we did the growth management strategy, at that point, we protected all of the areas that were considered for growth and evaluated for growth. And that's why this area that we're talking about today is protected by the bylaw. But of course, in this case, the exemption applied. So we have, that was kind of our piece of protecting the peri-urban area, was protecting those areas that were being considered for growth, which was a much bigger area than those that were approved for growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for just the update on the work plan and where there might be interventions by councillors in the future on that piece. That's helpful. The next delegation up is Donna Dubray, and the president of the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Center. And Donna is here in person. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I have to say I come from a peri-urban area, so I have a personal interest as well as a professional interest in my comments. I'm going to really concentrate on terms of the biodiversity loss. At the Wildlife Center, that is certainly our primary concern. I think I would like to sort of preface that by saying that we can't pretend to really be serious about climate change if we're only left, as we are sitting here today, to meekly respond to the fact that there isn't any protection or any lack of policy to protect these areas. Even if the developer's stated intention is to use these lands for agriculture purposes, and if in fact that is what turns out to happen, and I think those are two very big ifs, the bottom line is it's much more likely to be used for cash crops. And does Ottawa really need another hay or cornfield, particularly when you're considering what's at risk here is the loss of a forest? The Taywin development was a partnership between the Algonquin of Ontario and Taggart, the Taggart Group, and it really promoted this project as something that was going to be based on sustainability and environmentally sensitive planning. I have to read a quote to you from the Algonquin of Ontario's website, which states, "Taywin is an invitation to all to come to a way of life that seeks to balance relations with each other and Mother Earth." It's very hard to reconcile this promise with one where Taywin's first action is to level a forest, particularly in winter. And that's what I really want to sort of stress today. You can't clear cut 70 acres of land and up to 25 or more thousand trees that is home to hundreds of different species of animals and birds in the middle of winter. And that's particularly such a bad time to be doing this kind of work. It has a very deadly impact on wildlife. Clear cutting requires heavy equipment that crushes hibernating animals that are underground in den and burrows. It really essentially some species that are not very active during the colder months, such as flying squirrels, bats, a number of species that might be in tree cavities are killed when the trees are felled. In addition to that, the real mortality comes when animals are displaced during winter, losing their denning sites and their food caches. And without trees, with any leaves on the trees, There is going to be newborns. Some species, such as squirrels, have their young as early as the end of February or early March. So those newborns are going to be left to die. I think this kind of thoughtless cruelty is something that's really gone on for many, many decades within the city of Ottawa. And it really is, I think, very difficult for the average citizen to really accept that. Ottawa needs to get serious about protecting its ecological resources. As a city, we're very fortunate, as Paul Johannes and other speakers have commented on, to have critical environmental services provided by these resources, and particularly in the peri-urban area. But Taywin is a shocking example that without some forward-looking policies and protections, really, we're very much putting these resources at risk. We urge the City of Ottawa to join those regions across Canada, and we've talked with a number of them, that have adopted a municipal natural asset strategy. Compared to the high cost of services that rely on engineering and infrastructure, in addition to protecting biodiversity, assigning a dollar value to these natural assets in our remaining forests and in our wetlands will ensure that we better appreciate and protect them in the future. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to have made these comments.
Thank you very much for that delegation. That is appreciated. Councillor Devine, your hand up.
Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. The nature of the impact that this tree cutting operation had on biodiversity, I had already had my uneducated assumption of what the impact was, but to hear you describe it so clearly paints a vivid picture. You use the word thoughtless cruelty, the words thoughtless cruelty. I myself have been accused of being thoughtless by the woman that gave me this ring sometimes. And my defense to that is, but honey, I had no intentions. And she said, exactly, you had no intentions. You didn't put thought into it. So when you levy a charge of thoughtless cruelty against the instigators of this action, you might not be stating that you believe that there was intention to levy this kind of damage on species, but perhaps that the thought wasn't there, that there was no thought given to the impact on species. With that in mind, are you aware of whether or not any work or process was done by the instigators of this tree cutting operation into the impact that the operation would have on the biodiversity of this region?
Personally, I don't think there has been any really thought to it. I think, again, the City of Ottawa back a number of years ago developed with organizations like ourselves having a fair amount of input into a wildlife protection during construction. It was called a protocol. And sadly, unfortunately, although there was really good intent on the part of the staff who helped develop it and the community that had input, that strategy was really gutted. It was what was supposed to be a protocol became simply a guideline. So I don't think really collectively as a society, we have put much concern concern into the fact that there are other species besides ourselves that occupy these lands. And I think that is the nature of the problem. And hopefully going forward, I think with a more progressive approach, certainly I think the understanding that biodiversity is very much at risk and that we all have a responsibility to consider it in terms of construction and living with it. I think hopefully we'll see some changes in the future.
Thank you. And I hadn't considered the impact that this action taking place in winter would have had if this action had taken place during another time. And often when I hear about the impact on biodiversity, I'm just thinking of the word biodiversity as a lovely word. But what you're saying is that biodiversity means living, breathing creatures that are vital to our infrastructure and that have lives as well. And many of which you say many of those lives of animals may no longer be. With that in mind, would you therefore be advocating that the city should be taking these kinds of environmental impacts into consideration if and when exemptions for tree cutting operations of this massive 70 hectare scale, that the city should perhaps be taking a leadership role in protecting that kind of biodiversity in the situations where applicants might not have put thought into it themselves?
Absolutely. I think that's very important, I think, in moving forward. Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Donna, for coming out today. I appreciate it very much. I know how much work you do on wildlife preservation.
Donna, sorry, the councillor will likely have some questions for you. I apologize. Have to come back.
What's the problem? Is there, can't hear me?
Councillor Kavanaugh, the delegate just left the microphone, but she's back now. So you're good.
Oh,
there.
Sorry.
Okay. Hi, Donna. Sorry, I can't. Yeah, the camera's not on you, so I couldn't see that. But thank you again for coming out today, and I appreciate the questions from my colleague. I was surprised to learn from you about timing, and that, and not that I'm advocating for clear cutting for sure, but it's unusual to do it in the dead of winter in terms of the biodiversity and the effect on wildlife. I wasn't aware of that. Could you give me more information on that?
Yes, I think I know the wildlife protection during construction protocol, as I said, which unfortunately just ended up being a guideline, really did talk about the stresses on wildlife during winter. And I think there's so often a rush to get some trees felled and some construction started in winter, simply to avoid the migratory bird season, because then they're restricted. I think tree cutting can't happen after a certain time frame. I think it's April sometime. So it does mean, obviously, that often winter is a season where construction happens. And as I said, I think we need to be thinking about that a little bit in greater detail as to how we can mitigate some of the negative impacts. Sometimes it has to happen, but there are definitely ways to mitigate some of those impacts.
Okay, since they're just guidelines, as you were saying, wouldn't, if somebody was very concerned about wildlife, would they not consult with someone, to an organization or the city to make sure that wildlife are protected when something like this happens? I'm not, again, not advocating for it with what has gone on, but what would be a proper protocol?
I think, it's really interesting because ultimately when the wildlife protection during protocol for protection for wildlife during construction was to go forward, we found out through access to information that it was the head of the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association had really certainly spoke against it. And the protocol became not just a protocol, it became just simply a guideline with no requirement. But there are definitely smaller developers that our center has worked with that are prepared to take some minimal actions to avoid some of the problems during construction. And so, but I don't think you can assume that larger construction companies, larger contractors, larger developers, they do not want to see any impediment. And so therefore, I think that it's really going to be up to the city to establish a protocol that has got some teeth to it.
Okay, is there any, I don't expect this to be in your bailiwick, but in terms of First Nations, have there any outreach to, in terms of protocol related to preserving land of any kind?
Well, interesting, Councillor Kavanaugh, that you should mention that, because our center and we as individuals worked very hard with the Algonquins during the development or the proposed development for the South March Highlands. And they stood very strongly behind, obviously, trying to prevent that development. And so to me, it really is kind of the flip side of that coin to sort of see Taggart really involved in this occasion in terms of not taking that kind of approach, not taking a more concerned approach to protecting biodiversity.
This is the same organization that is?
No, the individuals that came forward during the South March Highlands protest were people, a number of Algonquins from different areas. And we worked with Paul Reno, who is a Métis as well, and worked very hard to prevent that development.
Okay, well, thank you. That's very interesting. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Kavanaugh. Thank you for your excellent delegation. Very much appreciate you being here. Next up is Ola Hendrickson, PhD, and the Chair of the National Conservation Committee, Sierra Club of Canada Foundation.
I also have a presentation. We could bring that up.
We'll get that right up.
I have I'm Ola Hendrickson with Sierra Club Canada Foundation. I have a PhD in ecology, and I've worked for 28 years as a federal forest research scientist and a biodiversity science advisor. And I chair the Sierra Club's National Conservation Committee. And I also published an online article yesterday in rabble.ca with the same title as my presentation. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thanks. Here's a view of the, no, back up one. I just wanted to show the Taywin clear cut looking north towards the Gatineau Hills in the distance. And then here on this slide, we can see from Geo Ottawa that a significant part of this Taywin land is floodplain. That smaller rectangle is the Taggart property, and it's surrounded by Algonquins of Ontario Realty Corporation property. Next. And the Google map of that block shows that the area was very heavily wooded before deforestation occurred apart from that little rectangle of Taggart property. Next slide, please. The Ontario Agricultural Atlas shows the Smith-Gooding Municipal Drain. Now, north of the drain is in the urban boundary, but cutting occurred south of the drain. The city is responsible for maintaining the drain. Now, access to the cutover was from the north, from Leitrim Road. So the access road must have crossed the drain. So I'm wondering if anyone from the city actually visited the site as part of their investigation. Did they check for cutting on the north side of the drain or for possible damage to the drain? Next slide. Now, the city does not require a permit for tree cutting in the rural area. I recommend that the bylaw be amended to require a permit for cutting an area greater than 1 hectare anywhere in the city. Next slide. However, the Taywin lands are included in Schedule M of the Tree Protection Bylaw, and the bylaw prohibits injury or destruction of any tree with a diameter at breast height of 10 centimeters or greater. And I think, as others have said, probably at least 25,000 trees of that size were destroyed. But the bylaw says that a permit is not required if tree destruction is a normal farm practice that is carried out as part of an agricultural operation by a farming business. Next slide, please. So the mayor's office says that destruction of trees was required for farming practices, but it left out part of subsection 82.7 of the protection bylaw. So questions: was destruction of trees done by a farming business, or was it done by a real estate business? Did the city staff investigate this? Is there a report from their investigation? Does the committee have a copy? Can I get a copy? What city officials were involved in the investigation? Was there anyone from the forest management branch? Next slide. So CBC drone footage in the next slide, please. It shows really a major timber harvest operation carried out in winter when the ground was frozen so they could get the equipment in there. They wouldn't have been able to do this in the summer. It would have been too wet. So this isn't normal farm practice. This is a timber harvest. The deforested area likely now exceeds 100 hectares, not just 70. And as others have noted, deforestation contributes to climate change and the extinction crisis. Tewan means home in the Algonquin language. This area was home to cedars, tamaracks, poplars, frogs, moose, eagles, and many, many other species. Now, the developers say they will install tile drains, but the agricultural atlas shows class 5 soils that are not suitable for field crops. It's far more likely this area will simply lie idle, its wildlife value destroyed, with little or no value for food or timber production. So if the ownership group cannot demonstrate this is a farming business, I would recommend that a fine be imposed and the area be reforested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. I'll just look to see if there's questions from committee. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much. Monica Brewer is up next. Monica's in person. You have 5 minutes and your microphone just needs to be clicked on there.
That's good.
Perfect. Oh,
Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Good morning, councillors of the Environment and Climate Change Committee and city staff. I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Monica Brewer. My family and I have been residents of Piperville Road in Carlsbad Springs for over 50 years. I come here as a resident. My home is in the middle of this projected 4th satellite city of Ottawa called Tewan. One day, it's going to be the home for 45 or more thousand people. I am here to speak about the timeline of events as we, residents of the area, experienced. Everybody else has talked about in more detail and with much more expertise about other things, but I can tell you what we, as residents, experienced at the time. In mid-February of this year, a Carlsbad Springs community engagement Facebook site, of which I'm one of the admins, we have over 400 members, and the members started to report all sorts of distress, noise in the middle of the night, smell of the trees, huge trucks coming and going with huge trunk full of trunks of trees. And of course, everybody's already a bit nervous about this development and how it's going to impact our roads and our whole system because we're on trickle water system. We don't have sewage. And anyway, everybody has different ideas what it's going to do to us. So when we see these trucks, we get nervous. And this is really important. Then we got aerial photos, which were demonstrated. We were horrified. Everybody is writing and saying what's going on, what's going on. So we approached our Councillor DeRuse. He's a new councillor to us because we changed, and also he approached the Taggart Corporation and Michelle Taggart, and very quickly the councillor was kind and reported back to us, and what we got was that they were doing just slight cleanup of the derecho, that it was mainly bushes. It was a public safety hazard that they had to go in there and clean up, and that they were also doing some testing sites, which we now have all over this area because there's a lot of testing done. For us, this was hard to see. First of all, the safety issue is hard to see because the area is enclosed by a fence, which has a ditch, and there are no people walking in it. So the safety issue, to me, is hard to see. The explanation about farming came later. And for us, I don't understand the farming because only 450 acres are going to be developed as Tewan. The other 1,000 acres, there's tons and tons of farmland right now. It's crash crops, but why is it that they have to destroy the forest to do farming when they own thousands of acres of farm already? So this is a little bit strange. We're also really concerned about the water because these are wetlands. There is a very sensitive area there with the South Nation River and the Bear Brook. We were upset because we contacted the South Nation Conservation Authority to go and evaluate the area, and they told us that they couldn't get on the area because they would be trespassing. So if an authority can't go and inspect the area when we ask, then what's going on? If the city doesn't know what's going on, people got really nervous that there's nobody in charge or checking what's going on. So I was hoping when they put the stop work order that they would do an evaluation of the area and the water, but we never found out about what happened there. So basically we're left sort of wondering, why is it that all of this has happened? We don't really have answers, and it doesn't help the trust with the developers. It doesn't help the trust with the city. And these are personal experiences that I think are important because we are residents and we're citizens of your city. And this is a huge ask to change from rural to urban, and not just urban, but a city. So therefore, it would be nice to be treated with more respect and more information. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that very important delegation and that perspective as a resident. I'm going to go to Councillor or Vice Chair Carr and then Councillor Devine. Questions, Vice Chair.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. It's great to hear from a local resident about the impact of the community. I just have a question. I'm not super familiar exactly with the area. So you spoke about how there's a lot of areas that are already being within the Teywin lands that are not being developed, that are currently being used for agriculture. I wondered if you could speak a little bit about they're already being used for farming. If you could detail a little bit about your understanding of what those existing lands, what is being farmed on those lands. I'm just really interested, just because I know in the area that where the cutting was done, there is no site servicing, there's no water servicing. So I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the agricultural activities in the other areas.
So right in front of my house and in behind my house, you'll see huge fields. And for the last 50 years, in the 80s, it was some sod, and then it changed to cornfields and soybeans. And every year there's huge combines that go and collect this. So these areas are part of Teywin lands because I'm in the center of Teywin, but then if you just have to drive down the road and you see areas that are outside of the city boundary that are also farmlands. A lot of trees have already been cut by these operations. The land is cleared. So if there is a need to farm, especially for cash crop, they can farm in these areas. There's no need to go into the tree area. That land now with the trees in there, I believe is acidic. It needs to be amended. It's not easy to change an area where there was a forest for over 50 years into farmland. That's my understanding, and you could check that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Devine.
Hello, Monica. Thank you for being here. I hadn't planned to ask questions, but you shed a little bit more information on the timeline from what the community heard and experienced. You mentioned that at some point, so obviously your community was aware of what was going on well before I was.
Early February, yes.
Early February. Now, the first that I heard that the city was made aware of this work was February 17th. You mentioned that your community had been aware of what was happening and that you had reached out to city officials and heard back. I think you said that you heard back from a councillor or from other elements of the city. So
the councillor called Michelle Taggart specifically and then reported to us. Some of us actually called Michelle Taggart as well. We got the same story from both sides. The farming issue was either not mentioned or said as an aside, as we're there and we're cleaning, we might do some farming, but it wasn't we're farmers. Everybody should know we're farming and we're clear cutting and it's within our rights. And I'm so sorry about the trees, but we need this land to farm and we have permits from the city. Everybody knows this. And
it was that or it wasn't that?
Pardon?
Did you say that it wasn't that?
No, we weren't told this.
What
This is
they-
the prime motive for clear cutting.
And you were told that the prime motive was derecho cleanup related?
Derecho cleanup related and also safety for the public.
Thank you.
And the other part was that they were going to do some testing, and the testing would be on the neighboring site, which is part of this, of the city boundary,
Yep.
not on, so it doesn't make sense that they would have gone into the forest. My other concern is the trees are not hurting anybody. Like the trees that fall down on a forest are not toxic. We do not need to go in there and clean up. That's
No.
the part that was upsetting to us.
I had wondered about the public safety object because I wasn't sure if there were many people going through that forest. That said, it was a massively large area that was cut down. So one would assume there's a lot of people walking through that forest.
There's
at risk.
nobody there. There's ditches all around, there's fences, and there's huge signs that trespassers will be prosecuted.
So my question then is, if what you heard back from city officials was that public safety was the prime concern there, can you let me know roughly, or even specifically if you can, when was the first time you heard back from a city official explaining the rationale?
So we
date?
spoke to through the website, the media also got involved, and I was interviewed by CBC, by Kate Porter, and
Yep.
at around the same time, which was the 17th, was when the city finally got back to
Thank you.
us and said, and this was, a few days after the aerial photos, because initially all we had was smells and sounds and people being upset, but we didn't know what was going on.
Right.
It wasn't until we saw the aerial photos, that was the only way. But the fact that the city had to be informed by residents through aerial photos done by residents, it's a little troublesome because it wasn't just 10 trees, were thousands of trees. So I think this doesn't work. If that's the way that the city protects our forests, that we all have to be on Facebook and have little drones running around telling you which trees are being cut. Like this, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be permits. If they had asked for a permit and then the city would have said, actually, you don't need a permit, but it's nice that you inform us in case the citizens who love trees start calling us, then that would have been, I think, a way to go around this, if truly this is an okay thing to do.
Thank you. I mean, until that time, it's nice to know that drones are relatively inexpensive, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Thanks for your delegation again. That was very, very helpful. Next up is Pamela O'Donnell.
All right. Thank you very much. So I'm here today to speak about the impact of clear cutting on the Carlsbad Springs community because I too live there. And I want to focus on what comes next. But in order to get there, I think you need to really consider how we got here and how it has not inspired trust up to this point. So land planners at the city evaluated options and did not recommend this area for development, but City Council approved it anyway. It was recommended that various studies on financial and environmental implications be done with a return to council in 2026, but that was voted down and the area was included in the expanded urban boundary. Thank you, Councillor Menard, for your efforts to ensure the studies got done. And then Taggart pitched a sustainable community, and then they started by clear cutting at night just next to the urban boundary. They tried to avoid detection, and then when they were caught, they explained they were clearing up from the derecho, then that it was for public safety, and finally, they said it was for agriculture. And we're expected to believe that one day the land is proposed as part of the Tewan development, and now suddenly it's for farming. And if it's all above board, why are they cutting at night to keep it hidden? So, and then of course, people have raised that it's unclear why the city allowed the tree cutting to continue. And I don't want to dwell on it, but the tree protection does talk about restricting a normal farm. The bylaw shall not apply to restrict a normal farm practice carried on as part of an agricultural operation. And it defines agricultural operation as an operation that is carried on in the expectation of gain or reward. And the reason I emphasize is carried on. It doesn't say will be carried on, nor was carried on in the past. It is in present tense. It refers to existing agricultural operations. And so I would argue that the exemption does not apply. That was not the intent, as already been mentioned. But the process followed for Tewan and now the clear cutting, with its lack of consultation and transparency, undermines the integrity of our democratic system and the trust that citizens feel that decisions are being made based on evidence. And I'm going to ask you a question. If I decide I want to be a farmer and I plan to clear cut my 6 acres of land in the same area, could I just do it without any city approvals, without any environmental impact assessment? And if the answer is yes, there's a problem with the legislation. And if the answer is no, then AOO and Taggart should be treated the same. So I strongly recommend this committee look into improving the legislation to avoid further clear cutting, which undermines our climate change goals. And I just want to say a few words about the area itself. So the land around Carlsbad Springs is full of wetlands and Leda clay with a high water table and tremendous biodiversity, as people have mentioned. City Council approved 445 hectares of the original 1,400 acres proposed for Tewan. That means there is a significant amount of land owned by AOO and Taggart that falls just outside of the new urban boundary. And what happens to that land is of a big concern to me. 1 hectare of land can host between 1,000 and 2,500 trees, which we desperately need. And yet there are incentives to strip properties of trees to make it easier for future development. If new positive incentives were created, there is much land in this area that could be reforested, helping the city to meet its tree planting goals. And if you allow this 1 parcel of land to be clear cut without any EIA and no permit, then there is nothing to stop hundreds of hectares in the surrounding areas from being cleared in a similar fashion, using agriculture as an excuse to clear the land. There is a planned EIA for the proposed Tewan area within the new urban boundary. However, what we're witnessing is significant land use change just outside that boundary without an EIA. And these changes in the surrounding areas prior to doing that Tewan EIA are going to actually impact the outcome of that EIA. If you destroy everything around it, there's going to be a different result when you do it. So citizens do not expect that there's no development, but we do expect decisions to be evidence-based, and that means full consideration of environmental implications. So I'm making a few requests to the committee. Forbid any further land changes in the Tewan and surrounding area until a full EIA is completed, and this should be completed before any change in land use can start, including the area around the urban boundary. Please reconsider the exemption. Change tree protection legislation. A lot of people have talked about it, but we need to remove those loopholes so this can't happen and that there's no doubt about its applicability in the future. In particular, there should be an application for an exemption made before any trees can be cut. And we need to specify that it refers to an existing agricultural operation, if that's in doubt. And please require Taggart to plant an equivalent number of trees to replace those lost, and create incentives for landowners to protect and plant trees to help the city meet their climate change goals. I am looking for the city to implement your commitments to address climate change. The mayor promised to plant 1 million trees during his tenure, but what about all the ones that are lost in the same period? Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much for your delegation. And I see Councillor Kelly has his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'd like to reiterate my appreciation for you coming today and explaining your experience around this. And I know that there's many reasons why this doesn't pass the smell test for some residents of Ottawa, and some of those concerns I do share. And I had asked questions of staff early on when this came out about the time of day that the work was taking place, as you mentioned, overnight. And the response I got back did seem to be a reasonable and rational answer. But I just, and I do have more questions for staff later on once delegations are wrapped up, but I just wanted to know from you, or your perspective being a resident nearby, did you notice any work or noises or anything that would indicate something was going on during the day?
I think I would defer more to Monica on this. She lives much closer. She's sort of in the next block. I'm a little bit further away from it, so I didn't hear the noise at night or during the day, frankly.
Okay. Chair, would there be any opportunity to ask that of Monica?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know from residents in the area if any work was observed during the daytime period, like normal working hours. Were there logging trucks coming out? Were there saws or chippers heard? Was there crews coming to and from the site? Was there any work observed during daytime hours?
Okay, and that's a question for staff that you'd like to hear from, or?
Well, I did pose it to the current delegate, and she had deferred to her fellow delegate.
Monica's here.
So the majority of the work prior to the stop order was reported by the locals and us kind of driving around trying to figure out what's going on, was mostly in the evening and very night hours, like into 2 and so o'clock in the morning. People were texting and putting things on Facebook at that time.
Okay.
Now, of course, they're doing it during the day. You can just go there, see these huge machines. They grab the bottom of the tree, they cut it in 5 seconds. You get a tree that has been there for 17 years gone. It's incredible to see this, and you can now see it from the road because they're no longer all that careful about keeping that border of trees all the way around. So you can actually go and observe the whatever massacre or whatever you want to call it of the trees. So anyway.
So in your experience, is there a noticeable difference between obvious daytime work happening now compared to before the story broke?
I think so. Now it's reported by me and a few other people that are in the area, and you know, we're very much more aware of it. I mean, initially when we started, it's just conversations between people, and especially the night work was what was upsetting people, because that's when we would never have this amount of noise. So that's what was mostly reported. Now it's being done at night and during the day. So yeah, I think there's a difference, but it's hard to be 100% sure exactly when they were working. The pictures of the trucks are during the daytime. So that was with daylight.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all for now, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next up is Meryl Adouli. Oh, sorry about that. Councillor Luloff, I see you have a question. Was it for, sorry, Pamela, just one moment. I see Councillor Luloff's just got his hand up. Was that for Pamela O'Donnell or, okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, Pamela, just wondering how many nights was the tree cutting occurring?
I don't have the answer to that question. I only became aware of the situation, as Monica was saying, when people started posting on the community Facebook group saying, what's happening? Why are what's all this noise at night? What's going on in the forest? And this went on, I don't know, from my perspective, for a few days before somebody sent out a drone and then posted the pictures on the Facebook site. And then there was really true alarm in the community after that. But it seemed quite clear that they were trying to hide it, because they kept a buffer of trees between the road and where the tree clearing was going on, and by operating at night where people couldn't see. And there's no rationale for doing that.
Other than perhaps if the land was being farmed afterwards to stop erosion, I understand. But okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Thank you for your delegation. Next up is Meryl Adouli.
Hi.
Hello, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm here to raise my concerns about the Tuin project and to urge you to make changes to the bylaws that developers have taken advantage of. As we all know, the Tuin project has caused controversy due to the land's historical significance and the impact it'll have on the environment. The damage has already been done, though, with the land being cleared and the developer claiming it'll be used for farming. But I think it's important to note that the land is a wetland, which first of all is classified as not capable of sustained production of annual field crops by the Ontario Agriculture Atlas. And there's also a wealth of academic literature, and I also sent a few academic articles and research papers that prove that wetlands present increased challenges for farming, particularly when they are drained and converted to agricultural land, which is what Taggart plans on doing. Wetlands have unique soil types and nutrient cycles that can be difficult to replicate or manage effectively in agriculture, which results in the land not even being used most of the time. It just ends up being empty. And wetland drainage can cause soil subsidence, leading to increased flooding and erosion over time. And all of this is without taking into account the adverse effects that farming has on the environment, including the loss of biodiversity through forest fragmentation and habitat destruction, and poor farming practices that result in soil erosion and degradation. But this is all stuff that we all or should all know already, which makes me all the more frustrated when I read city memos that give me the impression the committee is just going to dismiss the situation and simply take Taggart's word at face value, despite Taggart never having been involved in agriculture before. It's in my opinion that the developer should at the very least publicize its plans for the land and prove that it will actually be used for farmland. I ask that the committee also stay on top of the situation and ensure the land is actually used and not left empty, as is often the case with wetlands converted to farmland. I urge the committee to also ensure the farming includes sustainable practices that incorporate biodiversity conservation, regenerative agriculture, and agroforestry. I also sent in articles about that, and there is a Netflix documentary called Kiss the Ground that also goes into sustainable farming practices. I think it's important to acknowledge this project is not the only one of its kind in Ottawa, and there is a potential for future projects to pose similar threats to our natural spaces. Therefore, the city must make changes to the protection bylaw to prevent developers from exploiting loopholes and pushing unsustainable projects that threaten our environment. Also in the city memo, there was the Ontario Farming and Food Provisions Act was brought up as an excuse or to explain the exemption for Taggart. But when I had read the act, what I understood from it was the fact that that only comes into play when it causes disturbances to those living on adjacent lands to that's being converted to farmland. So I'm just confused what that has to even do with that situation when this is just a bylaw that wasn't followed properly. And I know that we have an exemption for farming in our bylaw, but I'd also like to know why we do, because I looked into the Toronto tree bylaw and they don't have one either. And I got the impression when I was reading the city memo that exemption comes from the Ontario Food and Farming Provisions Act, which once again, from what I understood, didn't have anything to do with farming exemptions for tree cutting. I think that as a city, we have a responsibility to protect our environment and ensure that our growth is sustainable. The committee needs to encourage developers to adopt low-impact development practices that reduce the impacts of development on the community, such as implementing regulations or policies that include rain gardens, green roofs, and permeable pavement into whatever development is being created, and maybe to have some incentives to farmers when sustainable farming practices are used. We need to work together to combat the dire predicament we're facing with the climate crisis. And yes, we do need more housing urgently and really desperately within the city, but it's totally possible and important for us to prioritize ensuring our city grows in a way that respects our natural spaces and simultaneously build resilience to the impacts of climate change. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for that delegation. It's appreciated. I'm just looking to see if anyone has their hand up. No questions at this time, but I just want to say thank you for that delegation. Appreciate having you out. Jane Keeler is up next for 5 minutes. Jane's online as well. Go ahead.
Good morning. I appreciate being here. I'm a citizen not close at all to Taylor, and I really had very little information about that development. I hadn't taken it in detail. I just was sorry that the city was continuously expanding. However, my interest is in trees and the climate condition that we're in. The city has declared an emergency, but the mild, meek response that has come from facing this situation is very inappropriate. It's really appalling that the city has such a mild response. What I'm concerned is the kind of general regulatory institutional failure to be able to deal with such a what I consider an egregious, it's like an outrageous act, and certainly hiding it at night doesn't make it look more healthy. The South Nation River was mentioned, and I know it's prone to lead to clay landslides. The Conservation Authority having no power, the fact that the construction protocol suggested some years back has never become a protocol. There's many small things, or they sound small, but they're not. They're very fundamental for protecting the environment that we have. You know, the city does need more housing, but it doesn't need more housing at the expense of green space and tree canopy. In fact, the city will become less livable every time something like this happens, even if it were not to be within the city limits. I think that we are facing a need for a really critical change in our way of thinking about city management. And I don't know how much of a shock this is going to be to the whole city structure. The idea that we're actually in an emergency, which was highlighted this week by comments from the United Nations, and that the emergency timeline is shortening by the day. We need to have an urgency in our response, and not only response, but our prediction of things like this, that we start acting in advance. But now it's clear from many comments of presenters that this bylaw regulation around forest is too weak and needs to be strengthened as part of a change that we need to be taking in. For example, if they do replant 25,000 trees, they're going to be little seedlings, presumably, or small saplings, and they cannot replace the trees that were young, mature trees there. And I want to say that it seems also clear from comments and the close reading of the bylaw that does exist, that this operation does not meet the farming requirement on any obvious way. And I also want to compliment the comments of Donna Dubray about the fall, I don't know, or the residents about the fallen trees being an ecological resource. We have to have a whole new appreciation of what an ecology is, including a city ecology that has anything living besides humans in it and pets. You know, we have to have a new appreciation and a new urgency. I personally feel that because this action by Algonquins of Ontario and Taggart, whomever owns and whatever company operates the logging trucks, etc., does not meet the farming requirement, the city should consider using the maximum fine. There's no limit on the fine that can be put for this kind of thing, as according to what I've read. It's time to find out how large a fine could be lobbied and what could actually be done. There's nothing that probably can be done to save the animals and birds that live there now, used to live there. I don't know if people have a definition of the Algonquins of Ontario operation, whether that is primarily a development group. I'm interested in that, and the ownership, and just the whole complex of things that come down and destroy nature, that it can be done so easily and so radically, is shocking, and we should be shocked, and we should take urgent action. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions from committee? Okay, seeing none, we'll be moving to Phil Mount. Phil, I can see you there on screen, and you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Phil Mount. I come from a farm family, born and raised on a dairy farm in the southeast corner of rural Ottawa. My wife and I operate a farm in the south end of Ottawa. I have a PhD in Sustainable Regional Food Systems, and I currently serve as president of the National Farmers Union Local. I sat on the Laurier Committee of the City of Ottawa, which established agricultural resource areas that would be protected in our city. And also relevant to this discussion, I'm chair of Sustain Ontario, provincial cross-sectoral policy alliance that promotes healthy food and farming. And finally, I work on food and farming policy locally through my role as associate director with Just Food, which many of you know is our regional food systems organization. I want to talk about two fairly specific questions this morning. The first, what is a normal farm practice? It is not clear that the removal of a woodlot is normal farm practice of an agricultural operation. I have a monthly conversation with farm policy leaders from Ontario farm organizations, and I raised this question and no one could remember such a thing being described as normal farm practice. So we decided that the best course of action was to consult the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board, which I did. And they pointed me to the database containing all of their previous rulings. And after checking every ruling since the founding of the board in 1998, and even prior rulings from its predecessor, I found that the board has not established this precedent in any previous ruling. And since tree removal is not listed among standard practices for a Farming and Food Production Protection Act, it can't be suggested that this automatically falls under normal farm practice. In fact, the Grain Farmers of Ontario have warned their members to check with local bylaws of their municipality before removing trees. It's unlikely they would have made this recommendation if there was consensus that tree removal was a normal farm practice and therefore exempt. The Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs recommends that even farmers in rural areas should be circumspect when it comes to clearing large numbers of trees. Keep in mind, they're talking here rural farmers, not those on a plot of land immediately adjacent to the urban boundary of a major city in an area specifically included in its tree protection bylaw. Did the city consult with the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board for a determination as to whether a clear cut is considered a normal farm practice of an agricultural operation for the purposes of lifting the stop work order? Which brings me to my second question. What is an agricultural operation? Typically, under municipal and provincial application, landowners of leased land are not understood as an agricultural operation, and as such would not be exempt from municipal bylaws. It's not clear that this exemption was sought by a farmer engaged in an agricultural operation, which is a minimum standard for the application of the normal farm practice exemption under the Farming and Food Production Protection Act. Since the landowners who petitioned the city for the removal of the stop work order are not an agricultural operation, it's not clear that the city should even have entertained their petition. Given the clear conflict of interest of a developer landowner of a property that they expect to develop for housing, claiming an agricultural exemption from tree clearing, this ruling sets a dangerous precedent that must be addressed in the review of the tree protection bylaw. That's moving forward. Right now, I recommend the city immediately reissue the stop work order until we have clarification on these questions, ideally from authorities with expertise on the questions of normal farm practices and agricultural operations, such as the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board. Thank you.
Thank you for that delegation. I think that's helpful information to hear. Councillor Devine, I've got Councillor Kavanaugh up for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mount. I found that very interesting. Are you saying that, well, obviously the city's been looking at this and has had legal look at this, but you're saying that this should not have been accepted, that they're based on your knowledge of agricultural lands and ownership, etc. Is that what you're saying, that there is a way to say that this should not have gone ahead?
I am saying that I'm questioning the city's decision of immediately accepting that these were normal farm practices of an agricultural operation. I don't believe that is accepted consensus among the farming population, among farm organizations, among policymakers involved in farm policy, and certainly hasn't been established by the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board.
What kind of questions should the city have asked that would change things?
I guess first I would say that I question whether they should even have entertained the petition to raise the stop work, to remove the stop work order, since it was not an agricultural operation that came to them and suggested that this was their normal farm practice. Secondly, even had that happened, they should immediately then have been taken to the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board for determination of whether this constitutes normal farm practices, because certainly that ruling has never been made before in this province. And I think the assumption that it applies sets a dangerous precedent within the city of Ottawa.
So that is an option for cities to go to, I'm sorry, the protection board. What was it called again? Pardon me.
The Normal Farm Practices Protection Board, without a doubt. Yes, that's one option for sure.
Okay, and that's provincially operated?
Yeah. I mean, another option for a municipality is to simply issue the stop work order. And if there is contention, if someone wishes to appeal that, they have the option as a farmer of going to the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board.
Okay. Okay, well, that's very interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Mount.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Other questions from committee members for this delegation? Okay, thanks very much, Phil, for being here and your delegation. Mo Garahan is up next, the Executive Director of Just Food, Ottawa Project Director, Food Communities Network.
Hello, Environment Committee.
Ready to go.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Just Food as Executive Director, following from comments from Phil. So starting out by acknowledging we are on Algonquin land, acknowledging the need for settlers and settler governments to do the work of truth and reconciliation in a concerted way, to partner in relation with Indigenous leaders and residents, and acknowledging that we at Just Food have been taught by our Indigenous partners of the importance of being in relation with each other and with the land. We offer the following. We know that the City of Ottawa, through the official plan process and the changes to it by the provincial government, that we're under continual and increasing pressure for urban development, and the tools we have in place right now to constrain development have not been capable of protecting natural areas and agricultural land, and in fact incentivizes deforestation happening in the peri-urban area to avoid, and the immediate rural, to avoid future environmental studies. Given the critical importance of addressing both preservation of farmland from development and the critical role of both tree canopy and sustainable agriculture in climate change strategies, both already being discussed at length within your own climate change process right now, we're requesting the following actions. So related to process, we are asking, so this is not a let's go in the future, as Phil said, we're asking for the immediate stop order until you confirm that this is a normal farm practice, which we believe strongly it is not. We are asking also for a written record of the statutes and analysis undertaken directly by city staff that led to this decision to provide an exemption and lift the first stop work order, to be shared with stakeholders, including the organizations that have presented today, within 2 weeks of this environmental committee, allowing for a clarification of the legal issues that still need to be addressed to close this loophole that permits preemptive deforestation, and also to strengthen transparency with the community, which the owners have attested they'd like to do. A new process is needed in Ottawa that requires information to be provided to you by landowners in advance of tree removal that demonstrates eligibility as an agricultural business. As identified, we do not believe that there is an agricultural business that presented the permit, and there has to be clear and significant consequences for not doing so, for not getting the clarification of the exemption first. Entities cannot continue to be allowed to decide for themselves whether or not they qualify for an agricultural exemption and leave the city and the community to deal with and suffer the consequences after the fact. We need to clearly have an outline of a definition of agricultural operation being used by you at the city in relation to these statutes and definitions. And we need to clearly have an outline that any interpretation, part of this process has to clearly outline that any interpretation required as to what constitutes a normal farm practice will be deferred by city staff to the province's Normal Farm Practices Protection Board for that interpretation, and to not do that in-house. But into consequences now. What we feel this action must have consequences as a deterrent to preemptive tree removal by any developers who are using short-term farming as a loophole to prepare the ground for their housing developing aspirations within a short number of years tied to the next discussions about the urban boundary expansion. This is an age-old tool that's used. So what we're asking for is that if this is not an agricultural operation, if this is not a normal farming practice, which we do not believe in either case it is, that we want to see a no net loss be requested immediately within 2023, that the owners replace the trees they remove by paying the full cost to professionally replant a minimum of 35,000 trees, including a buffer for seedling loss, within the same rural area, including 20% of these to be edible trees, sap trees, nut trees, fruit trees, in line with broader biodiversity goals, and then the no net loss for Ottawa's tree canopy. And then in particular, what we want to stress is that given the owner cleared the land with the stated intention of agriculture, that the owners now be required to place an agricultural easement as a consequence to going ahead with this tree exemption when they were not eligible on the full property that was clear cut in perpetuity, and commit to emphasizing regenerative agricultural practices, which can include trees as well. The loss of such a great natural community asset must be replaced by another community natural asset into perpetuity, which is sustainable farmland. So these consequences are considered proportionate and significant to deter other attempts to misuse the tree protection bylaw by other non-agricultural landowners. I'm happy to explain what a farmland easement is if someone would like to ask me that question. Thank you.
Thank you for that delegation. Councillor Kavanaugh is up.
Thanks, Mo. And I appreciate your being here and your delegation. You have a lot of respect from the broader community on agriculture and on gardening in general for creating food. And I'll let you continue on what you wanted to say there on the farmland easement.
It was just to describe what that is, because what we're finding is people might not understand that this is a tool that has been used many, many times. It's a private legal contract that's negotiated between the property owners and a land trust or a conservation authority, of which we have those in this region that do this. So it's registered on the property title, which means it applies to all future owners. So this means the farmland owners continue to own their land, farm it, have the right to sell their land, but that farmland easement agreement allows for the in perpetuity use of farmland. It doesn't restrict the normal farm practices, but again, we have to determine what that is, and we do not believe that deforestation is one of those. And it's designed to support a wide range of farm types and agricultural uses. If that's what the owners of this property would like to do, we then put that intent in writing in perpetuity, as opposed to what we expect that it is, which is a loophole being used to avoid environmental assessments as they seek housing development on this.
Is there still time to do this?
Of course. We're asking for this council to agree at this committee meeting that the restitution is required. Now, you may need to, as Phil pointed out, make sure that staff re-examine the normal farm practices so that you're assured that, yes, this does not fall under there and that this is not an agricultural entity that brought the permit forward, both separately, then getting rid of the exemption, making that exemption ineligible. And then as such, because we believe you will find that, as such, if that exemption was not eligible, that then we're asking you to put in these consequences. The no net tree loss in that Carlsbad Spring area, we're supporting, community crests and environmental groups requests on that. And what we want to see is that farmland easement, that's a requirement, so that if that's what they're saying the intent is, then put that into in perpetuity.
I appreciate that, and we'll ask questions to staff, but I guess I'm going to say that they're probably worried about legal consequences because they've said yes, and now they're going to, the idea of going back. What Is that possible to do?
That's going to be, that is something that's going to have to be sorted out within a legal framework. And that's our concern about the quickness of the interpretation by city staff in this issue. We think it was premature. And if there is other information that the community is not aware of that this was based on, we would love to see. Obviously, we recognize the proprietary nature of communications between the actual owners and city staff. That's a requirement for, ATIPing or whatever that is through MIPA, but the actual considerations that city staff made can be shared with us within 2 weeks so that we all have an understanding of what the criteria is. And we do believe that there was a misstep around the Farm Practices Board that we'd like to see happen. Whether or not you're going to suffer consequences from that because you've already given city staff interpretation, that's outside of our expertise.
I appreciate your delegation, Mo. One would think that you'd be in favor of more agricultural land because you're pro gardening and farming, and but what is your overall reaction in terms of the idea that this land would be used for crops or food? Our interest is in A, determining if there was an agricultural entity that brought this forward, B, to determine that if this was a normal farm practice to deforest this extent, and we do not believe it is. So we are a food systems organization. We recognize the need to protect farmland. We are also in partnership with broader entities that are seeking first and foremost, before farmland is created, to ensure that it is first and foremost following the other land and tree and water protection policies that the city has. So you have that in place based on lots of expertise and alignment to strategies that the city has. These have to be followed. We don't believe they were followed. We are just offering now a second tier option because the clear cutting, the deforestation has already happened. But we do not want to see farming used as a tool to avoid environmental assessments that are actually prepping land for housing. We welcome, farmland, and we want to support new farmers in this area. We want to support existing farmers in this area, and to support policies that support farming, in particular for food domestically, not just to export. But we do not believe that these are the issues that are central here. So the farmland easement that we're suggesting as a consequence is to then firm up the owner's stated intent that it is farmland. Thank you very much, Mo.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Mo, for being here. And our next delegation is JP Unger, our final delegation for this item.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Morning. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, good morning. Please, let's first take a step back and consider that the entire Tiwin urban boundary expansion and approval of the development seems squarely founded on corruption, as explicitly defined in the criminal code. Article 123, Section 2 states that every person is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment who influences or attempts to influence a municipal official to vote in favor of or against a measure, motion, or resolution, or to aid in procuring or preventing the adoption of a measure, motion, or resolution by suppression of the truth, in the case of a person who is under a duty to disclose the truth. The City Council's vote on approving the urban expansion, allowing the Tiwin development, was achieved by former Mayor Watson and his allies by introducing a last-minute surprise edition and forcing a vote without an opportunity for councillors, some of you here included, to have proper discussion, let alone sharing all the information surrounding the plans and on the lobbying carried out by the developers. So I think you can see there a clear textbook case, a criminal code definition case of municipal corruption. But I have little expectation that the current council will order an investigation with possible charges and overturn the decision. But I do expect this new council to at least prevent new crimes and further impunity. I know there will be no vote on this issue at this committee meeting, but each and every one of you can put forward and advance actions at council and through regular governance channels. I have followed green space and environmental issues in our city for more than 20 years. And although I find this particular mass destruction of forests truly shocking, I sadly find it completely unsurprising that these very well-connected developers are getting away with it with complete impunity. It's obvious that there was no farming operation registered or in place at the site, as would be required by the tree bylaw exemption. So the city's claim to give the developers impunity seems blatantly dishonest. This makes it impossible to trust the city anymore, and it's fully justified to question its competence and integrity. Please think about that. Please think also that this was a very much alive forest and wetlands that had not even been evaluated. We don't even know how valuable and irreplaceable is the loss, but we already know that this forest was a rich habitat, part of a wildlife corridor and a natural linkage to greenbelt lands, which are essential to keep the diversity and health of the greenbelt and the city's natural wealth. Think also of the brutality of this destruction, carried out day and night in the middle of winter. The harm and suffering inflicted on wildlife is truly outrageous. I know these are very wealthy and very well-connected developers, but how much longer will they be allowed and enabled by the city and by this council to get away with anything they want? If this doesn't do it, I really don't know what will. I truly hope you all realize also the implications of granting impunity here. Anyone will now be legally backed by this precedent if they go about decimating forests and wildlife and then claim after the fact that they had the intention of farming later on. Please think about the implications of setting such a precedent. The city seems to be willingly playing stupid and turning a blind eye. The city, and unless we see otherwise, quite frankly, all of you are choosing to wash your hands, turn a blind eye, and allow this forest massacre to go on with total impunity. Please don't.
Okay.
I'd like to take my remaining time to answer a question.
Yeah, that's fine. And I would just say, I mean, I think the reason why we're meeting right now and why this is lifted on the agenda is because we're not turning a blind eye. And so just want to be clear that obviously there's work to be done here, and that's why we're having this discussion now at committee. But please take your last minute.
Thank you. Yes, well, I was saying unless we see otherwise. So I hope we see otherwise, not just a discussion that goes nowhere, but actual action. So yes, I do have that hope, and that's why I'm here. I'm hoping I'm not wasting my time and your time and everyone's time. So thank you. But well, I'll take my remaining time to answer a question made by Councillor Kavanaugh to Donna Dubray earlier. It's about the wildlife protection during construction guidelines. City staff did excellent work and produced very solid protocols to be followed. But under the planning committee chairing of former Councillor Jan Harder, they were watered down dramatically. And from required protocols, they were turned to suggested guidelines. The only salvageable result was a stated commitment by staff to present them to developers early on the application processes and offer to work with them for a hope that some of its contents might be considered. No teeth, no requirements. It was frankly disheartening, but it's not too late for the city, for example, for this committee to overturn that willful weakening and turn them now into required protocols. Something that can be done, I hope it is done. Anyway, thank you. That's it.
Thank you for your delegation. Councillor Kavanaugh, is that a hand up for this delegate or is that from before?
That was from before. I guess it didn't get moved down.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much for your delegation. So with that, we're going to move on to questions for staff.
All right. No worries. Thank you.
Chair, I seem to have lost sound. I don't know if others you've got, yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear you either. Everyone online can't hear.
For those online, we're taking a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3 for those online. If you can just let me know if you can hear me. Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Okay, so we're gonna get back started here. So if folks can just take their seats, we'll return to questions of staff. Okay, resuming questions of staff, and Vice Chair Carr, you were up. Sorry about that interruption, but please proceed.
Hi, thanks very much, Chair. And yeah, I'll just restate again. Obviously, I understand that Taywin lands and the Algonquin, Ontario and Taggart on the website clearly indicates that they're interested in the protection of agricultural lands, and local urban agriculture is important to them, and assuring food security. But my question is with respect to the exemption for agricultural lands, and it's my understanding that although the lands are subject to the tree protection bylaw, because there is a subsection of the bylaw that states tree permits not required when it's in circumstances when there's requirement for farming practices, and that's because of Ontario's Farming and Food Protection Act, and that lays out the requirement for those exemptions. I was interested in hearing the delegates from Just Food speak about how you can get a determination for farm practices under the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board. And my question to city staff is whether or not this is something that is contemplated when there is an agricultural exemption, whether the city itself goes to the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board to seek such a determination. Have they done so in the past? If they could speak to that, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, we have not done so to this date. I defer to Mr. Huxley in terms of the legal ability or appropriateness to do so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Stuart Huxley with Legal Services. There is two items. There's the exemption under the municipal bylaw, the tree bylaw, that speaks of an exemption for normal farm practices. The language that council used in enacting that bylaw mirrors the language that's in the provincial legislation that the councillor has asked about. There is a process where any person or a farmer or a municipality may make an application to that board for the determination on a specific set of facts as to whether there's an exemption under the legislation. So that there is that avenue that is available.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask another quick question? Can I just confirm with staff the understanding? I heard delegation speaking about, knowing that the developer is not engaged in agricultural operations, but can I confirm it's not the developer itself that made the application for agricultural uses? It's a leaser of the property. If we can just confirm that, and just confirm my understanding that that agreement itself could not be shared publicly because of Privacy Act, correct?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of comments. So that just want to correct the terminology. There's no application for agriculture per se. There is a lease agreement between the owners and the agricultural operation for the use of the lands. It has been shared with the city. It is commercially confidential, so we cannot release it. But I've recently just been able to work through with the city clerk and legal that there is the ability to have council members view this documentation on a, as anyone that's any councillor that's interested can make arrangements through my office to review the documentation, and we can set that up.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So my questions today have to do with the principles of fairness, transparency, and good governance. So last Thursday, Councillor Clark Kelly and I sent in a series of questions to staff. We got the answers yesterday. Thank you very much. Of course, as often happens, the answers lead to more questions. One question that we asked was, in a clear cut of this magnitude, would the city normally expect to receive an official application for a permit before making a determination of whether or not an exemption could apply. And in the answer that we got from staff, there was a segment that read, quote, "The tree protection bylaw provides guidance to residents on the bylaw requirements and exemptions in cases where a resident believes an exemption should apply. It is prudent to confirm that directly with city staff before proceeding, especially in cases where distinctive trees or large numbers of trees are proposed for removal." And what I found interesting was in the answer was the use of the word resident, because we didn't ask how the bylaw applied to individual residents. We asked how the bylaw is applied to incidents of this magnitude. And in the answer we received, if you replace the word resident with applicant or even corporation, then it seems like the city's opinion is that it would have been prudent for these applicants, these landowners, to have applied for a permit in this situation. And so my first question to staff today is, in cases where large numbers of trees are proposed for removal, should the bylaw be interpreted differently by individual residents than by corporations or large landowners?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thanks for your question, Councillor Devine. I think the use of the word resident in that case, I think we can replace it, like you said, with landowner, with corporation, whatever the entity that we're dealing with, I think is the best way to say that. So yes, there should be no difference in the way things are treated.
So then it would have been prudent for the applicant to have applied for a permit, as you said, not necessary, but prudent in the answer.
So not to apply for a permit, because in this case, it wouldn't have been necessary if they're considering that they have an exemption under this, but we said that it would have been prudent to communicate around the activities that were planned to occur.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've heard from staff that the exemption to the tree protection bylaw was applied in this case because the land is being developed for agricultural purposes as part of a future farming operation. A lot of the questions that I had for staff revolved around the timeline of events and how that timeline raises questions about when and how the arrangement for a farming operation between the landowners and a local farmer came into place. We have been told that a lease has been signed between the landowners and a local farmer. Specifically, the questions I had for staff were, when did the city become aware of the clear cutting? On what date was the lease agreement signed? And when was the city provided a copy of that lease? So we know now that the city became aware of the clear cutting on February 17th, because we were told that in the memo we received on February 28th. But what I learned yesterday from staff is that the date that the lease was signed and the date that the city was provided a copy of that lease was March 3rd. The lease was signed, the lease came into effect, therefore, on March 3rd. Now, as I understand it, this would mean that on February 17th, when clear cutting had already been underway, and when the city became aware of this clear cutting, that there was no lease in place, and that therefore there wasn't yet a legal farming operation to speak of. For me now, this clears up any confusion over what legislation was in effect on February 17th, as there wasn't any legal farming business in place at that time. This action was not covered by Ontario's Farming and Food Production Protection Act. This action, at the time of the city's discovery, fell under the jurisdiction of the city's tree protection bylaw. Section 82.7 of the tree protection bylaw states that a tree permit is not required where the injury or destruction is a normal farm practice carried out as part of an agricultural operation by a farming business. So what have we learned today? We've learned that 1, the applicants were not farmers at the time that the work began. 2, that there was no lease in place until March 3rd, and 3, that there is no precedent from the provincial panel that would see this as a normal farming practice under the Act. And so my question to staff is, if on February 17th, when clear cutting had already been happening, and which is the date when the city became aware of this clear cutting, if at that time there was not yet a lease in place between the landowners and the farmer, if there wasn't therefore a farming business in place to justify the exemption, and if, as we heard farming experts themselves don't believe that what happened can be seen as a normal farm practice. Has the tree protection bylaw been properly enforced?
In the context of the councillor's inquiry, staff did review, following up on complaints from the community, and did issue a stop work order. And upon certain information being provided, which the general manager has indicated will be made available for view to members of council, that information led to the lifting of the stop work order. But I do pause and note that the municipal tree bylaw remains in effect. The onus and obligation of anyone that is seeking an exemption, either to establish or to maintain such an exemption, lies with the person affected, the property owner or other person acting on their behalf. And as the general manager indicated, the city staff continue to monitor the site for adherence to the bylaw.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that. So, and I very much appreciate that staff put a stop work order on February 22nd, but if in its exercise of due diligence, if staff was aware that there was no lease in place, would staff not agree that having a lease in place between the landowner and a farming operator would be the minimum prerequisite for this being a farming business in the first place? And did staff ask if such a lease was in place at the time? So first question, would you say that a lease agreement is the minimum requirement for your agreement, for your understanding that there is a farming business behind this action?
So certainly the lease was a key component to that determination, and I don't want to speak for legal, but the stop work order was not lifted as per one of the memorandums to council until we had that evidence in place. There was also, commitments in terms of tile drainage and all the other activities that would support the future agricultural use that informed that.
So would legal agree that having a lease agreement in place is a minimum standard business practice for being defined as a farming operation or a farming business?
Chair, each case will be assessed on the specifics of each case. So I can't say on each individual case. The legislative scheme which this bylaw applies to also does allow for a normal farm practice to be demonstrated by intention. Or demonstrated plans or demonstrable plans, which may be through intention, may be a letter of understanding, may be a lease, it may be what is actually being put to the land in question. So I can't say on any given case what is a demonstrable plan for a normal farm practice, but the legislative scheme does set out a number of factors that could be considered in establishing or not establishing a normal farm practice.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for that line of questioning. And Councillor Devine, you can get back on the list if you'd like. Councillor Kelly, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members of committee and delegates and staff for allowing me a few minutes to ask some questions today, as I'm not a member of the committee, but very interested in the discussion that's being had today. And I do come from an agricultural community. I grew up with many of my friends as farmers, and in this neck of the woods, you get the sense that rural landowners and farmers don't want to be told what to do with their land and how to do it. And so I want to make it clear that I believe in these exemptions, and certainly for a farmer to have the ability to, cut down some trees to maintain or even expand their property is not something that I have a problem with. And I also realize that we're losing farmland by the hundreds of acres every single day in this province. So my concerns are more around the process and how this played out. So I guess my first question is around the definition of what is a normal farm practice. And, given this fact that I've heard already today that the city has not ever, that's based on what I heard, approached the normal farm practice protection board to make these determinations. I'm wondering if the city has a definition that they consult or what they use to make that determination, because when I look at the answers to some of the questions that we received prior to this meeting, which I'm very grateful for, it's in cases where a resident believes an exemption should apply, it is prudent to confirm that directly with city staff, which I think I agree with. But, you know, when you see the word believes an exemption should apply, I'm thinking that would be open to great interpretation by people. So I'm wondering what resources city staff use to make the determination as to what a normal farm practice is or is not.
Chair, if I can respond to that, first and foremost, staff use the language that council provided in the tree protection bylaw. The tree protection bylaw sets out for normal farm practice a definition of that. We're also mindful that provincial legislation uses and mirrors that language in the Farming and Food Production Protection Act. And there are certain interpretations by the board that deals with applications for normal farm practicing that provides guidance on a case-by-case basis. So as you can appreciate to my previous comment, those determinations are largely fact-dependent on the situation of the land, whether it's zoned agriculturally or not, and what the actual practice that is contemplated. So we do have regard to that, but first and foremost, we have to look to the bylaw. That's what the expectation of anyone reading the bylaw would be. What does the bylaw say? That's what council has put in. That's what members of the public looking to determine whether the bylaw applies, and ultimately what a court, if there were to be a proceeding arising out of that bylaw, would have to look at first and foremost.
Okay, thank you. And I know, so, you know, as I mentioned in my first statement there, this is, you know, the exemptions are important, but so is the communication and the process that we go through. And I know that what caused some anxiety amongst people is why this was happening. So I think when it's clearly communicated why and how and when, that the public handles these situations a lot differently. So when I first tuned into this story, there was the talk of the derecho being used as the justification for this clearing. And I'm just wondering if that was when the stop work order was issued, is that the justification that was given at the time? Because I would also note that you had, I think it was Dawn that mentioned talks with a farm operator, between the operator and Taggart or Taywin, goes back to October 2022. So if that was the intention and talks go back all the way to October 22, I'm wondering where the thought that the derecho or the cleanup from the derecho was the reason for this cut. And so perhaps that was just misinformation being published in the media, or that's how it works. But I'm wondering if that is what you were told when you issued the stop work order. What was the justification given at the time?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the lifting of the stop work order, it was based on the agricultural operation. It was not based on the Derecho cleanup. I think that would be, in terms of that timeline or thinking, that would be a question for the Taywin ownership to respond to in terms of, looking at the impacts of the May Derecho being on site, and when that decision to shift those lands to potential agricultural use happened. As I mentioned, they started to discuss that with farm operators in October. But again, that's the lifting of the stop work order was based on the agricultural use.
Okay, and that agreement was signed March 3rd, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so currently the land is zoned general rural, is that correct?
It's in the former official plan, it was general rural. It's rural countryside designation now, which does permit farming.
Okay, and given the fact that this land's been cleared, so quite a few resources have been put in to clear this land for agricultural purposes, which to me would indicate that it's good agricultural land that's going to be used. So I'm wondering if there's any indication from the owners of the land that they will be applying to rezone it to be agricultural land and then protected as such. Was there any indication that you've been given that an application to rezone would be coming at any time in the near future?
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, there's no requirement to rezone that aspect. The Taywin Group has not been approached regarding either a redesignation, a future redesignation of the land to agricultural resource, or a land trust easement that we heard about earlier.
Okay, and I just wondering, so when, and I guess there's two questions here. Is there a precedent for this anywhere else in the city in terms of the size and scale of this being cleared for agricultural purposes? Is there another case that we could look at since amalgamation that we could see some similarities between the two? And then on that note, similar to that, from the city perspective and from a planning perspective, when land is cleared for agricultural purposes, and I know that you have mechanisms in place to monitor what's going on, but just from a planning perspective, is there standards or that you would like to see met? You know, because there's a loss of trees, so we would obviously be looking for a net benefit overall as a community and a city. So is there something that you would be looking at in terms of a number of years that this land should be used for agricultural purposes if it's cleared for that purpose? Like, is there any way or any mechanism in place or guidelines in place to keep that land that's been cleared for agricultural purposes as a function of agriculture? So is there a number of years or a yield that you would like to see come out of a land that's been cleared for agricultural purposes?
So I'll ask Ms. Copestake to respond, and I'll follow up.
Thanks so much, through you, Chair. So just on your first question, so we are generally aware that there have been larger scale removals like this for a variety of purposes since amalgamation. We don't have specific information on many of these, except in cases where a planning act application was involved, or a bylaw complaint or something like that. But some of them have been for agricultural purposes, others have been for rural development or aggregate extraction projects, things like that. But I don't have details available about those situations at this point, but nothing that has come to this degree.
And would those instances that you just mentioned be since amalgamation, or would this be pre-amalgamation in some of the townships before amalgamation?
That what I was referring to is since amalgamation.
Okay, so I guess
So
what I'd really like to know is
you got time, but if you finish the line of questioning, and then we'll move on to the next speaker and get back on the list if you like. But
yeah, sure. Okay, I'll go to my last question then. So given the controversy that this has caused, would it be your preference that the bylaw be updated to require maybe not permits for these cuts, but some sort of process where the city is notified officially and can have a conversation with the proponent or landowner? Do you think that would have helped in this situation? Assumed exemption.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and I don't want to steal the chair's thunder, but there is a staff direction that will be tabled that will ask staff to look at what we can do within the context of the governing legislation. And we're also looking at any improvements we can make to the web page in terms of that, clarity about consultation. Like, I think it's been acknowledged by the landowners that there was a failure in communication, and they've certainly admitted to that. How can we as a city, make sure we're better positioned to make sure those, even if there is an exemption, that communication happens and that there's staff involvement before work starts.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor. I guess might as well read in that direction to staff now. I don't know if we can get up on screen, but I'll read that through. And it's the direct staff to investigate and report back on potential changes to exemption 82(7) of the city's tree protection bylaw to require landowners obtain a formal exemption with evidence provided and communicate with neighbors, the local city councillor, and city staff prior to tree removals, including where a permit is not required by bylaw. So that's a direction that staff have agreed to take. Appreciate that. And I suspect there's a lot more questions that'll come, and potentially more work on this issue in the future as well, as the bylaw gets updated. So we're going to go to Councillor Curry now.
Thank you. And really on that very note, obviously this is a very unfortunate situation all around. I could go on at length. It's very upsetting. I guess what I couldn't understand from the very start of this is that the Taywin development, I wasn't on council at the time, but it was an extension of the urban boundary. So we decide as a council, we're going to extend the urban boundary. At that point, does the urban boundary land not have some specific designation that would then prevent anybody from doing anything too quickly? And the reason I say that is because if this were seen as, obviously this is going to be a bunch of subdivisions. I think about, we have them in Canada North. We know that what's going to happen is they're going to be subdivision after subdivision as it builds out. That this particular section of trees could have been a park, it could have been a green space. So before anything is done, that area, could it not have been designated as something different from whatever it was zoned as, because it's a part of an urban boundary extension?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So certainly, I think this has been a point of confusion with members of the community. Staff has spent a lot of time clarifying this. So the land where the tree removal occurred is not within the area that was added to the urban boundary. So although they're owned by the Algonquins of Ontario, they are not within the urban boundary. They're adjacent to it. So those protections in terms of the official plan policies and the lands added to the urban boundary do not apply to the rural lands outside of it. So that's the distinction here.
So, and I did read all that. I just felt that, then it still could have been looked at differently, despite it's so close to. We had the urban boundary in Canada, and then immediately there was another urban boundary extension right behind it. I just think there could be some type of special designation. I understand we have a tree bylaw, but I guess, we can talk about that further depending on what the direction is to staff, what comes back. But the other thing I guess I would ask is that do staff not have already some recommendations? When I just want to tell a very quick story in that we had a golf course in Canada, our famous golf course, and a bunch of trees were cut down, and the community said, what is going on here? And same thing, there wasn't communication. Well, a simple email to the golf course means now that every single time they prune a tree, they're communicating with me and staff. It happened overnight. It was as simple as that. And in that situation, it was just a small grove of trees. But do staff not have already recommendations? And I think about we have the call before you dig, but call before you cut is just a simple thing.
Thank you so much, through you, Chair. Yeah, the call before you cut is something that Don and I actually spoke about as well earlier. So yeah, I think in this case and for this development, I know that for the Taywin lands that are within the urban boundary, I know that there's a lot of discussion around alerting the community when things are going to be happening on the site, when trucks are around. There's been some borehole drilling, that kind of thing. So I know that, and so to be very open with communications there. So I know that that's already in place for that, although this one did fall through without communication like that. So yeah, we think that that is a good idea. And I think under this direction that Councillor Menard has just indicated, we'll be looking at how we can put that into the bylaw if possible. But in the meantime, we'll look at our, we have a, extensive website for the tree protection bylaw and how we implement the tree protection bylaw. We have a section on that website on exemptions. And we've always been focused on the hazardous tree exemption. So we don't require a permit if there's a hazardous tree, and we don't want to have people come to us in that situation. If it's hazardous, it needs to come down. But we always recommend in that case is take a picture, record your, like to arborists, record your assessment, and in case people ask us about this, So we've got that on the web pages. We're going to update our web pages. We can do it immediately so that it says if there's other exemptions such as agricultural, please talk to city staff first. We recommend that kind of thing. So we'll make that kind of change immediately. I don't know, Donna, if you want to add anything. Thanks.
I would highly recommend that. I just think for all the confusion that there is out there, that people should have to call before they do anything. You know, when the one call comes out and tells you where your bell line is and you say, oh, it's nowhere near where I was going to do anything, but at least you found out. You know, I think that would go a long way. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Councillor Brockington, you're up next.
Thanks, Chair. It's been a long morning, and as I've sat here and listened, I thought there's got to be a way here to get a win out of this. The Taggart and Algonquins look bad. The city looks bad. This is a huge hit to the environment, and certainly the community has been impacted. So I appreciate the direction, but if there's more that we can do, we have a bylaw review work plan that's going to be before all of us this calendar year. And if we think that this bylaw needs to be reviewed, then I would alert all of my colleagues to keep this front and center. Similar to comments that my colleague just made, I've developed relationships with my developers who have active files in my ward, so that when they are about to do something different than what they've been doing up to now, they give my office a heads up, so we can communicate that with local residents to keep them in the loop on expectations. I can't believe a company like Taggart thought that removing 25,000 trees in the middle of the night was a good idea. And we're not going to tell the local councillor, we're not going to tell the community, and we'll just try and explain ourselves once we get caught. I don't accept that at all. This does not pass the smell test at all, Taggart. For a company as large as you are, with the experience that you have, no one is buying this. What would the fine be for removing one tree 30 centimeters in diameter or greater without a permit? What is the fine?
Thanks for the question through you, Chair. So the Municipal Act lays out the fines that are indicated in the tree protection bylaw. And what happens is that it would go through court and the fines would be decided then, but the range of fines are anywhere from a minimum fine of 500 to a maximum fine of 100,000. And it doesn't indicate whether it's one tree or two trees. It depends on the situation, and it would get decided in court.
And the number that I've heard today of 25,000 trees of significance, is that an accurate estimate of the trees that we believe have come down?
Staff, through you, Chair, staff have not made an estimate of the number of trees removed.
Okay. Because that is a huge number. 25,000 times $500 is $12.5 million. The concerns that we heard that were given for this work originally about the derecho safety concerns, I just want to raise that with staff, and I'm not sure if you're the best to answer this, but my ward was hit during the 2018 tornado. And my ward was once again hit in the 2022 derecho. We have thousands of trees in my ward in common areas where people walk about that the NCC, that the city, and others have not addressed. They're aware of it, bring it to the NCC's attention. But if you go by Riverside, where the tornado came by, you can see in NCC land, southern quarter, licking McCarthy Park, there are trees everywhere. And when I fly to Toronto for AMO and I come through, the plane comes from the south and come in, there's significant tree damage from the derecho in this city. And I remember after the West Carleton tornado coming in from the west, significant tree damage. So either there are safety issues or there aren't. And if there are safety issues, we certainly have significant public areas where trees exist that have not been addressed and probably will not be addressed. And I'm not talking the ones that have fallen. I'm talking about the ones that are split and hanging and have clear damage from the storms. How long can a landowner not farm the land before the city says, hey, you took these trees down, you cited agricultural purposes, but we've noticed in X number of period of time, nothing has happened. When does the city then approach them?
Thanks for the question. In terms of that length of period, certainly we're actively monitoring right now in terms of following through on their commitments. In terms of any sort of legal precedents in terms of the length of time, I don't know if legal can weigh in on that, but I can't really offer anything.
Mr. Chair, the site will be monitored and just generally speaking, any sort of issue where an exemption is being claimed, that monitoring will continue. And obviously intentions will be a factor in any circumstance. So bona fide intentions as to what the use of the land is going to be. So through that monitoring process, if staff are not seeing that bona fides articulate to the site, then that would be a concern for further investigation action to be taken on any particular file.
What, hypothetically speaking, would be the outcome if this land ultimately was not used for agricultural purposes?
There's the potential if the intention was not to pursue as a normal farm practice and with some other evidence to suggest some other purpose, then there could be a result of enforcement of the bylaw.
Okay. So I guess my final thoughts, having listened to the delegations and read a significant amount of correspondence and some very good questions from my colleagues today, is even if the bylaw as it exists now permits the use and permits what has happened here, there was a gross failure to communicate and to make their intentions clear with the city and the public, to explain this process, to allow the public to ask questions before this happened. And as a result, we have where we are today, where people are very upset with what's happened with little explanation, and the explanation that's been provided by the applicant for many does not pass the smell test at all. So, Mr. Chair, I do look forward to some changes here, and I do offer the fact that bylaws in the aggregate are being reviewed by the city, that we're going to go through a bylaw review, that members of council are going to be asked for input on which bylaws should get attention this term of council. And I, again, want to make colleagues aware of that process as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Brockington. Just on that line of questioning too, do we know the type of farming that they've indicated would be expected here? And is it for the entire 70 hectares?
The lease agreement doesn't indicate what specific crop is going to be grown, if that's the question, just that it will be cultivated till there's provisions for use of fertilizer, et cetera.
Okay. And did they indicate the area? Is it, did they give a width of the area? So is it the 70 hectares or is it some other amount? Do we know?
I think it's the bulk of the property. There is as noted earlier, there are some constraints. There is a municipal drain on the edge of the property, for instance, but it's substantially the entire property.
Thanks to that. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Councillor Brown, you're up.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to staff and the delegates who came out today. Question to staff. Based on the 1976 aerial photos from Geo Ottawa, the majority of this property used to be farmed. Would that be a correct assessment?
Thank you for your question, through you, Chair. Yes, that was generally our assessment as well, by looking in the historical aerial photos.
Thank you. And I've seen aerial photos that go back into the 20s for this property that we don't have here at the city, but I'm happy to distribute to my colleagues if you'd like to see. I know we're speaking about this site specifically today, and I would agree with Councillor Brockington that perhaps the actions taken on this property don't pass the smell test. There's one thing that I always like to tell folks is there's nothing more that I would like as a rural councillor than to keep all the development in urban Ottawa. And so anytime it comes out to the rural area, it always raises many concerns. The one thing, though, that I would like to speak on is ensuring that farmers aren't negatively impacted by any change that might come. And I appreciate the direction that the chair read out today, and happy to hear staff are willing to take that away and see what else we can do. But, in rural Ottawa, having a developer own property and having farmers rent that land or lease that land out to continue farming operations is not uncommon. And in fact, there are lands in my ward that have been owned for decades by developers, but the farmers are still on that property every year, actively farming it. And so, this situation is not uncommon. One of the benefits of that particular arrangement, and many farmers use the sale of land to finance retirement, but until they're ready to retire, they carry on. I know, again, this is not specifically what's happened in this instance, but at one point, this land was farmed. And so as staff go away, I'd like to ensure that no negative impacts are going to hit farmers or landowners in rural Ottawa. The one thing I will say, and I'll wrap up, Chair, the one thing I will say is back in 2018, when the urban tree bylaw first came into force here in the city of Ottawa, there was a tremendous amount of concern with rural landowners that they wouldn't be able to clear their land for purposes that under legislation is deemed correct and accurate, farming being probably the predominant one. And so I know of landowners who went out and preemptively cleared land just so they wouldn't lose the value of their property. Even though the bylaw didn't extend into the rural area, there was a significant amount of concern. And so as we go forward, if we want to make sure something similar doesn't happen, and Chair, I can promise you it will, because land is valuable and landowners will protect the value of that land. And for farmers, that means being able to actively farm it. That when we're looking at updating the bylaw, we ensure that the proper oversight goes into protecting rural landowners. Protecting trees in Ottawa is important. Making sure that we have that tree cover is important. But there are more trees, I'm sure, in my ward than the rest of urban Ottawa. And so protecting that's important. But making sure that we protect farmers' rights to continue to grow land or food here on the land is important. Ottawa is an agricultural city, and many might not see that, but 80% of the city of Ottawa is in rural Ottawa. And so making sure that we continue with that very proud history is something that's important to me, and I know my colleagues who sit on ARAC. So Chair, thank you very much. And again, thank you to the delegates, staff, and colleagues for hearing what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Brown. That is an appreciated point. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to my colleagues for their questions. I want to ask staff, can council or committee give direction to staff to bring this matter before of the use of agricultural land to the Normal Farming Practices Protection Board? Is that still possible if we give that direction?
Chair, that is certainly within the purview of a direction to staff to consider that process. The caveat would be that legal would recommend that rise to council for council's consideration, given the direction.
Understood. Is that possible to add to the direction to staff? I'm asking the chair. That's as well.
Yep. So I think Councillor Kavanaugh, it sounds like it is possible. So if we can get some language drawn up to ensure that direction is worded appropriately and that it would rise to council upon this committee's report rising to council, that would be helpful. So just ask staff to work with you to draft that direction before the end of the item, so that can be read in. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'd like to know how Laurier is taken into consideration when a said landowner says that their land is going to be used for agriculture use, notwithstanding that it had been at one time, but is extremely poor quality. And given how treed land is as valuable as agricultural land too. That was actually, if you go back even further, but Geo Ottawa doesn't go that far back when everything was treed. That would be important as well. So, but is that taken into consideration when somebody
says they're going to be using this land for farmland, and perhaps that comes into the normal farming practice protection board.
Thank you for the question, Chair. Councillor, the tree protection bylaw does not factor in Laurier scores. The zoning of the land is a consideration, and as mentioned earlier, the current zoning does permit a farm or agricultural activity, but the Laurier score does not.
Thank you. What would it take to, in our upcoming zoning, can we make this permanent agriculture land so that it's in perpetuity? Pardon my pronunciation, tongue-tied. Is that possible to make that designation on this land?
So, Chair, in terms of the question, it's not a question of zoning. It would be an official plan change to designate the land agricultural resource. As mentioned, the rural countryside zoning permits the agricultural activity, but in terms of that long-term protection, that would require an official plan amendment.
How is it not now if it's zoned if it's designated, pardon me, designated agricultural now? How is it not can it not be made permanent?
It's not designated agricultural resource. We have large areas of the rural parts of the city that are agricultural resource, and large areas that are rural countryside or general rural under the old plan that also can allow farming activities on them, but they don't have the same quality of land or protection afforded under the agricultural resource designation.
Okay, so it would take an official plan amendment.
Correct.
That would,
it would be
and that would like
a
have to be
citywide initiative, Laurier, like a major study. Yes.
And it would have to be approved by the province, probably, if it's. Is that correct?
The official plan amendment would not, but it would, of course, be subject to appeal.
Okay. Well, it's kind of after the horse is bolted from the barn kind of thing. But what I really want to know is if we can take another look at this, and I think we're doing that with this direction. So I appreciate adding on that amendment that I've requested. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Vice Chair Carr.
Hi, thanks. I just had a quick follow-up question. We spoke earlier about the fact that the lease that the leaser of the property had with presumably the developer, and that would be available for council members' review. I understood that correctly to the question for staff?
Yes, that's correct. The city clerk and legal have advised that we cannot release it because it's commercially confidential, but council members can arrange a time to view the documents. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Can I just ask a question then, I probably to legal staff then? I'm assuming that the exemption for commercially confidential information is probably under like the third-party provisions under MFIPA. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, that would be the legislation that was considered in this situation.
Okay, perfect. And I'm wondering, given the interest, if it was possible at all to ask the developer / leaser of the farmland if they would be comfortable having a redacted version of that agreement shared more publicly. Is that something that we could ask?
The developer was asked if they would share the agreement. Redacting it would be very difficult. There wouldn't be much left because of the pricing structure. So I could follow up, but I think I know what the answer would be.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Obviously, pages that are completely redacted with only a page number at the top are not useful, but I just thought I would ask that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few follow-up questions. Question number one, in regards to the direction to staff that is currently being proposed, what is currently on the table for reporting back to council amendments to the tree protection bylaw. And what I see here is specifically a focus on section 82.7 of the bylaw, which is the section that defines the exemption for farming. So my question or my possible direction to staff would be to inquire about whether or not possible amendments to section 45 could be included. And I know that I've spoken with staff about this before. Section 45 of the bylaw says any person who intends to injure or destroy a tree under this part shall submit to the general manager an application for a tree permit. And so when I see that, all I hear is any person who intends to cut down a tree shall apply for a permit. It doesn't say any person with the exemption of those who believe that they would fall under an exemption. And so as we look at revisiting the tree protection bylaw, I would ask if we can amend our direction to staff to see whether or not fleshing out of section 45 could be included. So I'm not sure if that's a question as much as a suggestion.
I think it's important to hear from staff on it. I know that the rural area piece comes into it. So staff, did you want to just comment on this? Can we add that as a review item?
Sure. I'll start and perhaps Martha can add on. So certainly section 82 overrides the section 45. And so the exemption supersedes that. I would also be very careful about a broad brush approach, not just the rural considerations that Councillor Brown articulately informed in terms of the history of the bylaw, but also in terms of the the staff resourcing implications and the fact that they could draw staff away from other priorities in terms of the tree planting, the green space and forest management plan. There's a lot of priorities with a small group of staff that we have to be very careful about. So I'll ask.
Thank you. But I mean, so it does sound like staff is willing to consider what's the direction that's currently proposed, right? Well, I mean, that's another way of, so thank you for that. My last question. So as I understand it, since the work order has been lifted, as I understand, tree clearing operation is ongoing today as I think it's happening. So in light of what we heard before about how there's no precedent for this kind of tree cutting as a normal farm practice, in light of the fact that, as we just heard, staff is not currently aware of what kind of farming will take place or even when that farming will begin, how can staff reassure council that there should not be a reissuance of the stop work order?
Yeah, certainly we have an indication of the timing, that would be in place by next year. Obviously, there's a lot of work that has to happen, to see that to fruition. I think, to yourself, Councillor, and other councillors, I think perhaps viewing the supporting documentation may provide you some of that level of assurance in terms of their intentions, which we will continue to monitor and keep track of.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. And we'll go back to Councillor Kavanaugh in a moment for that direction. And just on there's a couple of delegations that raised the no net loss approach in the official plan and in the rural area. Maybe staff could just comment on that piece, because we heard several delegations speak to that.
Sure. So that's a new policy that was added to our recently approved official plan. I'll see if Martha would like to provide some context or detail.
Thank you, Don, and thanks for the question, Chair. So the implementation of these policies, as I understand it, is that we'll be doing it sort of a variety of ways. And one of the things, I hope you can hear me as I'm looking at my notes on this. One of the things is that we're looking at refocusing our rural acquisition and our stewardship budget to improve our natural heritage system, especially in linkage areas. So we've identified those kinds of things and expect to pick that up and move forward with that. We're also going to be looking at areas where we can improve both the natural heritage system and tree wetland cover through restoration under that same kind of stewardship type of activity, making partnerships with landowners, that kind of thing. So those are our intentions. And I imagine that as we get to the Green Space and Urban Forest Master Plan, which is to come, we will have a little bit more information on and detail on those no net loss policies and the implementation of them in there.
Okay, that's helpful detail. Thank you very much for that. Just some comments for me before I go to Councillor Kavanaugh. I think the balance we're trying to strike here is between the very good comments that Councillor Brown made about the rural farming and the exemptions that have been in place there, with clearly what was initially a request to add this area to the urban boundary, and what seems like something that not really intended for long-term farming, but that this developer may intend indeed to develop in the future. And that's the concern I think that we've got here is that balance and striking that balance. And so my concern here is how to prevent that type of incident in the future without affecting, I think, the comments that Councillor Brown made. So hopefully that direction can help get us to that better place, the Perry Woodlands update, and then as well as the comments you just made about that no net loss. This is a very concerning, I think, incident that happened in the city, and this is the type of thing we you know, if you had a area in the rural area that you intended to farm and there's a lease signed, what's to stop massive takedown of trees in those cases, right? And so that's where we have to balance is to protect that portion while understanding there are legitimate exemptions for farming activities that have occurred in the past and will continue to occur. So just some final comments on my end. Councillor Kavanaugh, are you ready to put in that direction that you had mentioned?
Yeah, I sent it to the clerk. I don't know if he got to yourself and to the clerk, but I didn't have the wording of your direction in front of me. But basically, it was to add on to your direction that this land that is in question be referred to the Normal Farming Practices Protection Board to ensure that it's agriculture sound, I guess. I'm trying to find words, but I did send it to the clerk. I'm open to suggestions on that.
Okay, thank you for that. So I just want to make sure we get that language correct with the clerk and
yeah.
legal.
Yeah, I'm not an agriculture expert by any means. So I just want to, but I want to make sure that we have that that reference to, as was suggested by the delegations, that it be referred to this board.
Okay, thank you for that. I think just having read that in, Councillor, we can just take that direction. We can refine it prior to council as well if needed, because I guess it has to go to council anyway. But I think the general direction you're providing is what's understood by the committee and staff is well understood. So we'll take that, work on the formal direction for the minutes of the meeting, and we'll move on to the next item. Because I think that's it for that item. Any other questions or comments on that item? Okay. Okay, good. So, yeah, oh, sorry, Councillor Carr, Vice Chair Carr, sorry, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I just wanted to clarify, sorry, Councillor Kavanaugh is putting forward direction that the item be referred to the natural farm practices, not the tribunal, the board, correct? To see if this does indeed meet the agricultural exemption under the, is that correct?
I'll let, I think perhaps Mr. Huxley can clarify. I think it's around the normal farm practices piece.
Yes, I understood the direction to be to that effect to City of Ottawa or to council to direct staff to consider what an application to the Normal Farm Practices Protection Board for determination of whether or not the intention to the farm the land in question that the city is being made aware of would constitute a normal farm practice pursuant to the Farming and Food Production Protection Act 1998.
Okay, so if we do that, we put forward that direction, then there is not a great choice of words, but there's a risk that the board, which functions like a third-party tribunal, could make a determination that it in fact is not a natural farming practice, correct?
Yes, so that's why I think my submission would be the direction allow staff to provide what the potential process would be and the outcomes, whether it would be that it would constitute a normal farm practice or it would not, and what the ramifications and circumstances would relate to that as it applies to the tree protection bylaw.
Okay, so if there was a determination that it doesn't meet a natural farm practice, then there could be an order for restitution for the developer or the leaser, correct?
Any determination from the board on its legislation would not be determinative of what any enforcement staff measures could be taken independent of the bylaw.
Yeah, correct. But I'm wondering if there's good, if we're asking for a determination, I'm wondering if it's in the best interest for the city now to ask for a stop work order or anything like that. That was kind of my question. What I was getting at.
At this point in time, the bylaw contemplates that stop work orders are issued by ultimately by the general manager as delegated in the bylaw. And the circumstances to date are that a stop work order was issued initially. There are certain conditions that have to be met in order to issue a stop work order, i.e. that there's the belief that there's a contravention of the bylaw. But that delegation ultimately lies with the general manager upon him being satisfied those conditions exist.
Okay, yeah, I guess just my question was if we're asking for this determination by a provincial body, if the city felt that it might be in the best interest before this continues to we look at this in light of the direction that's being proposed.
So if I understand your question or your line of questioning, it's if the board determines that it's not a normal farm practice, could the city prosecute under the tree protection bylaw? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, I guess. And then I'm wondering in the interim, if we're going to be providing direction to that board to take a look at this, if in light of waiting for a decision to be made, if there's any action that the city wants to take in the meantime, while we wait for that determination to stop operations or any of that, if that's in the best interest of the city, I don't know.
Certainly would have to take a closer look at that in terms of, the initial information we received and the advice that I received was that, there was no grounds to have that stop work order stay in effect. So that would require a revisiting of that direction.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Carr. Appreciate that extra information. That's helpful. So we're moving on to the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee end of term closeout report. There is a speaker on this, and it is Chris Nanda, Chair of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. So Chris, I'll ask you to come up now and speak to the closeout report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just would ask if I get a 2-minute and 30-second warnings because I don't want to run over. So I want to just thank you for the opportunity to speak to the governance report submitted by the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, ESAC, for the 2019-2020 term. It's nice to be back in the Champlain Room after being away for several years due to COVID, because this is where we used to meet prior to COVID. It has been a privilege to serve on ESAC for me since 2012, and as the chair since 2013 or 2014, along with many talented and well-qualified volunteer ESAC members, and to have a chance to have heard from so many municipal officials who are committed to making Ottawa a city with stronger environmental stewardship, including in the areas of tree protection and climate change, which have been referred to in the previous item. This past term, we were fortunate to have a council liaison in you, Mr. Chair, who gets the importance of environmental stewardship, particularly given the looming threats from climate change. Unfortunately, as has been the case in the past, the effectiveness of ESAC has been hampered, and it has never reached its potential due to what many ESAC members, past and present, have seen as flaws in the governance structure. Frustration with a perceived lack of respect for ESAC or perceived impotence in the eyes of some has in the past led to some well-qualified members resigning when they ran out of patience. Many issues that were previously identified as areas for improvement still have not been sufficiently addressed. In other words, e.g., the rescheduling of meeting times, insufficient advanced receipt of presentation decks, insufficient ability of ESAC members to set agenda, receiving presentations too late in the process to make a difference, including on budgetary items, and also at times what was deemed to be insufficient response from staff, inquiries made regarding transportation to remote developments, whether it's appropriate public transportation to far-flung developments like the Amazon warehouse in Southeast Ottawa and Taywin. Hopefully, these drawbacks will be rectified when the next Environmental Advisory Committee is created, sooner rather than later, we hope. We also hope that the Environment Committee and Council in general will take to heart the recommendations for Council priorities that ESAC members have worked hard on to develop and that are included in the report. Several people have asked me why no advisory structure has been set up to deal with the environment when the recruitment process for other advisory committees are well underway. I had no answer for them. And given the latest dire warnings about imminent threats from climate change in the UN report released yesterday, striking a successor to ESAC early in this council term is imperative, particularly given the threats to the well-being of present and future generations of Ottawa residents due to pressing environmental issues.
2 minutes, Chris.
Thank you. For example, ESAC or a successor could be involved in providing guidelines on revising the regs and policies for tree protection, something that we spoke about in the item regarding Taywin. The prior ESAC had members who were very seized with tree protection issues. There are lots of positive aspects included in the report, and I'm not going to go over to those in the interests of time. There are also some areas of improvement, and I'll just summarize these briefly, and I'd be happy to answer any specific inquiries from committee members. But ESAC should have greater leeway to seek items for the agenda and to hear presentations on certain issues from staff and the general public, so long as they're within the overall mandate of ESAC. There was also perceived hesitancy among some ESAC members that city staff only used the committee to provide advice late in the process of developing processes, strategies, and programs. And we would encourage ESAC to staff to ask for ESAC to be asked for advice well in advance of tabling draft budgets, and that city staff should consult ESAC and other committees at the beginning of the process to ask for specific recommendations. ESAC advice should be conveyed to the city staff before initial reports are completed whenever possible, and this information should be conveyed to the appropriate standing committee before it considers the matter. And also, we would suggest staggering terms so there's greater continuity of ESAC. More items with fewer agenda rather than fewer meetings with more agenda items. We suggest 5 bi-monthly meetings, September, November, January, March, and June, with extra meetings as necessary. And also, this is my last point before I conclude, the mayor should reinstate having annual or biannual meetings with chairs and co-chairs of advisory committees. This was actually very effective, gave us a chance to actually meet with the mayor and for the mayor to hear what was said. So overall, ESAC commends the City of Ottawa for establishing citizen-based advisory committees, and we urge that the city would better refine the role of ESAC or its successor and consider how council and city staff can fully use the committee with its qualified members in developing various initiatives related to environmental stewardship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that delegation. I see a couple of hands up for you as well. And I'll just mention just before going to that, there is a governance review right now going on of the advisory committees in the City of Ottawa, as well as councillor sponsors groups. And so it's a good time to have this delegation and the information come forward. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, I was just going to ask thank you for your delegation. I was going to ask you, you've given this to us now in a delegation. Have you sent it in to anyone else? Have you sent this directly to the mayor to say, hey, we'd like to have those meetings again? Or Where else are you sending this?
The actual report was sent to through Chris Zed to this committee. I don't remember if I've sent it directly to the mayor or not. I might do that though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that it needs to go further than this. So we've got it, we've heard it, but I think, have you sent it to any of the staff you normally work with on this committee?
Well, it hasn't gone to the individual officials who have presented to us, but Chris would be Chris Zed. Served with him for 4 years. I still can't pronounce his last name, but anyway, Chris could be better an answer to whom it might have been forwarded.
Chris, your comments on the governance aspect of the report did go to the city clerk for their review. And I know that the city clerk was reviewing it with the mayor earlier in the year.
Good to know. I just think what you're asking for doesn't seem that complicated. So I think somebody just looks at it and can be done.
Yeah, no, I would just, again, these themes about, like, for example, the number of meetings and having a little bit more power and not being able to have a little bit more initiative, respecting the role that we're just there to advise. We're not there to make policy. But those are things that were frustrating. And the other thing I would mention, I mean, Chris was very helpful, but I think it would also be beneficial, if possible, if there could be more resources to the Secretariat, because I think he's juggling a lot of balls in the air, and that would help, because one of the things that was very frustrating is there were some of the responses, questions that we had, queries that we never received an answer to, and it seems like it would have been nice to have follow-up. And I'll just give one example. One thing that I put forth, I came across a 2007 document which talked about the city's notional targets for split in transportation between active transportation, public transit, and private vehicle. And that was for the year 2022. And what I asked for about a year ago, I don't remember exactly, but was what were the most current things, like up to 2020, and we never heard back from staff. And to me, that would be something that there should be on hand. You know, we were just asking for the most current, but ideally it would be nice to have that. And again, the other thing I would just say is stress the importance of actually having a chance to provide input, like not just the week before the meeting, the matter goes to the Environment Committee, or in the case of the budget, before on the draft budget that's just already been tabled, because it's almost like we're rubber stamping it. And I think that was very demoralizing to people. There are a lot of people, we're volunteers, and, people are willing to put the time aside to go to meetings. But what was frustrating was the fact that they felt like they weren't having much impact.
I hear you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Nanda, for your presentation. Always nice to see you here. I'm also just a ward resident. I just had a question on, obviously I wasn't part of council when ESAC was active, and I think you were active for a number of terms. Obviously in the last decade or so, there's kind of been a proliferation of environmental stakeholder groups that advocate for a number of positions. And I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about what you felt the value of ESAC was as sort of an advisory group over perhaps, and the difference it could make when looking at sort of these stakeholder organizations. And I ask that I'm not part of the governance review that's being undertaken right now, but it would be helpful for me to understand how you saw that value of ESAC as compared to sort of the stakeholder organizations that actively work on these issues.
I think one of the values is that we were able to actually have officials and very senior officials come and actually speak to us and address us, and people could ask tough questions, and there were some very I'll say assertive members who were very dogged in pursuing issues. So that was helpful, even if at the end of the day it may not have made that big of a difference. It did make it was helpful for them to at least hear us. And I know, and I really think that just related to that, having the meeting with the mayor was very helpful. And we had one instance, I think it was in 2018 or 2019, there was a weather issue. And so the mayor had arranged to meet with myself and the other member from ESAC and maybe one of the other committees. And well, we showed up. Nobody else did because of the weather, and we didn't get the memo that the meeting might be canceled. Well, the donuts were there, the coffee was there. So myself, the other member, and the mayor and one of his assistants, we just sat in the mayor's office and had a very frank conversation. I don't know how much difference it made, but the mayor was taking notes, and it was pretty hard for him to ignore what was said. And I just think we're there to try and help council do its business. We're not there to try and steal their thunder. We're not trying to steal the thunder of the city officials. And I think that's something that we had, and I think we tried not to be. It's a fine line between advising and advocating, and we were trying to maintain that. In terms of your question about dealing with the other stakeholder groups, that was an area where it was kind of unclear, like whether the extent to which delegations could come. I don't think that a lot of organizations knew that they could actually approach to speak to issues that were on our agenda. And I think that's something that could be improved. We did have some informal, like I would get emails from organizations, oh, can we speak to this? Can we do anything about that? And I would forward them on, but we didn't have the power to really add any items. And I think, again, there's a fine line there, but it would be nice if there were a way, even if it was under new business or something like that, where delegations could actually, speak without, getting on the soapbox and disrupting proceedings. And I think, I think we were pretty good at keeping people in line. And I know that the coordinator was good at that too. So I think I would encourage greater clarity and just allowing us to actually ask that, maybe even to hear from a specific organization in relation to an item that's on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for your delegation, Chris. It's appreciated. There's no more questions. And so is this item received?
Received.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. And I wish my best to whoever takes over.
Thank you. I'm wondering, everyone okay to just keep powering through here? I know we had just a 5-minute break, but is everyone all right? Okay. And we had that break. If people need to go on their own, feel free, but unless people really want another break right now. Okay, good. Let's keep going. So next up is the wastewater energy transfer pilot project. And so I'll ask staff to come up and give a presentation. And there's one delegation for this item as well. Thanks for staying through to this time.
Sure, I hate to tell you, but I can't hear anything.
Nothing is being said, so that's.
Oh, okay. I thought they were talking and I was missing it. Okay.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Staff are about to begin on this exciting report.
Thank you.
Apologies, Chair, we're ready to begin.
I think everyone's ready to hear you, so go right ahead. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. My name is Melissa Jork-Conway. I'm a planner within the Climate Change and Resiliency Unit, and I'm joined by Andrea Flowers, who's our section manager, along with Marilyn Journo from Infrastructure and Water Services. This is a brief presentation summarizing and recommending to Council the approval of a wastewater energy transfer pilot project. Next slide, please. I'd like to also just say we have representation for any questions available to you today from legal services as well as finance and corporate services if required. So I'm just going to run through the agenda for today. We're just going to briefly introduce you to what wet systems are, wastewater energy transfer systems. I'll talk about the benefits of wet systems. I'll briefly outline the pilot project. I'll explain the memorandum of agreement that was signed between the city and Thea Partners in Vari. We'll talk about some of the risks to be mitigated, recommendations to council, and then next steps. Next slide, please. So what are wet systems? The sewage collection system provides a continuous flow of sewage, as you know, with relatively stable temperatures. Wastewater provides a medium, therefore, for heat recovery or heat rejection, also known as a source sink. And it can be used for building heating and cooling when coupled with a heat exchange system. There's different types of wet systems on the market. Some have the heat exchanger plates that are directly inside the sewer pipe. Others take a section of the sewer out and replace it with a heat exchange system. The pilot project that we are presenting to you today is called an external heat exchange system, where the sewage is pumped directly to a heat exchange system that is external to the sewage collection system. Sewage is diverted to fill a separate pit or wet well, as we are calling it, for temporary storage, which is then pumped to a heat exchanger in the building. Wet projects are not common in North America, but they have been implemented and are quickly being realized in many municipalities in Canada, as well as in the United States. The oldest facility within Canada is the Southeast False Creek Neighborhood Utility, which is in Vancouver, which has been operating since 2010 and is currently planned for expansion. There are additional wet projects that are proposed currently in Mississauga, Halifax, and Toronto. Next slide, please. So there are a number of benefits to wet systems. The benefits is that they represent a zero carbon emissions solution for buildings. Depending on the size of the proposed wet well, the minimum amount of annual greenhouse gas savings would be approximately 1,100 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. By comparison, the average car with average mileage produces about 4 metric tons per year. Wet systems also provide a continuous flow with relatively stable temperatures. They're useful for both heating and cooling loads. They are energy efficient and they're economical when they're used for large scale use. They help support sustainability goals using our existing municipal infrastructure, and they provide an additional source of revenue for the city. Next slide, please. In August of 2021, the Public Works and Environmental Services Department provided a letter of support to explore a pilot project to leverage city sewers as an energy source with any proponent for the National Capital Commission's LeBreton Flats redevelopment project. In January of 2022, the Dream LeBreton development was chosen as the successful proponent to construct the first phase of development under the master concept plan for LeBreton Flats. On the left is the rendering of the proposed development, which is proposing 2 high-rise buildings, 608 residential units, 40% of which are to be affordable, with an initial occupancy of late 2025. The proposed wet system is intended to fulfill Dream's commitments to the National Capital Commission and to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to build an energy efficient and net zero carbon development. According to the Canada Green Building Council, the Dream LeBreton project will be the country's largest residential zero carbon development. Thea Partners, in partnership with Envari Holding Inc., have been engaged by Dream to design and build a proposed wet system to supply zero emission heating and cooling to the development. On the right is a location map of the development site, which is at 665 Albert Street at the northeast corner of Booth and Albert Streets. The Dream site is shown on the image to the right. You can see the location of the interceptor outfall sewer and the east-west tunnel of the combined sewage storage tunnel that cut through the northwest portion of the property. Next slide, please. The city's Planning and Infrastructure and Water Services departments entered into a memorandum of agreement in June of 2022. The MOA formalized a commitment to pursue the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of a wet system. A technical advisory committee was formed with representatives from Infrastructure and Water Services, Planning and Real Estate, Legal, and Finance and Corporate Services, who looked at a number of wet system connection concepts. We completed a municipal scan of comparable wet projects and fees. We looked in person at some comparable projects in Washington, D.C., and we discussed opportunities and constraints to expand the potential wet system beyond just the Dream property. The pilot project is proposed to be carried out on private lands and under the sole ownership, operation, and maintenance by Thea Partners and Envari within the Dream property. There is an existing registered easement in favor of the city for access and maintenance to the sewer within the Dream property. Should the results of the pilot be found agreeable to the city, it is possible that future wet projects could be approved under different arrangements, depending on the role that the city would like to play in future projects. Staff, in consultation with legal services and Thea Partners and Envari, also drafted a term sheet to guide the details of a new wet agreement, which is attached to the staff report. Next slide, please. The wet system concept is technically feasible. However, safeguards will be established in the wet agreement to ensure the risks to the city's infrastructure and sewer operations are mitigated, and that municipal assets are protected from impacts at the cost of the wet proponent. The types of risks that are described in the report include impacts to the performance of the sewer infrastructure, impacts during construction of the wet system, to assess if there is the potential for debris to build up in the sewer near the wet system connection, access and maintenance to the sewer in the area of the wet system, spills, odors, and noise, and emergency response. All of these risks will be evaluated through detailed design and through safeguards to be outlined within the agreement between the city and Thea Partners and Envari. The connection to the sewer is the only element of the wet system to be located within the sewer network. Next slide, please. There's 5 recommendations that we offer to you today in support of this project. The first is that you authorize the General Manager of Infrastructure and Water Services or their designate to consider the approval of a connection to the city's wastewater infrastructure for the wet system pilot, which would be subject to detailed design and third-party review. Secondly, to approve a new wet system design review fee and an annual energy transfer fee. The first being to recover staff costs for wet design review, and the second being to recover costs for ongoing monitoring and inspection once the system is operational. And we will validate these fees as part of the pilot implementation. The third recommendation is to delegate authority to the General Manager of Infrastructure and Water Services to enter into a wet agreement with Thea Partners and Vari to be guided by the draft term sheet. Next slide, please. We also recommend being directed to review existing procedures when private utilities such as district energy companies propose to locate infrastructure within the municipal right-of-way. And lastly, we recommend that council direct staff to report back on the results of the wet pilot project no later than 18 months following the implementation of the project. Next slide, please. Should council support the report recommendations, the next steps would be to review and refine the technical advisory committee and the governance structure for the pilot, to consider the detailed design and third-party review, negotiate the terms of the wet agreement, carry out inspections during construction and operation, followed by ongoing monitoring, and to report back on the results of the wet system pilot following implementation. And that is the last slide, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. What an interesting report and exciting development for the city. I really appreciate all your work to get us to this stage. I'm looking around to see if we've got some questions in the room, and I've got Councillor Hill up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the staff team for this proposal and to all that were involved in it. You know, clearly innovation and technology are critical enablers when it comes to what we're looking at in terms of our obligations to fight climate change issues. You know, this is an exciting project. My biggest concern is one of, you know, introducing fragility into our infrastructure. Specifically, you know, when we're looking at engaging this new technology with our existing sewage lines, is there potentially scope that we could be creating an environment where you know damage there could have a greatly disproportionate impact, or if there was, you know, for example, you know, earth tremors that caused disruption of the junction point, that it wasn't just, you know, this one development site that was impacted, but it could be, you know, everything upstream, downstream of the junction point. So I guess my question specifically is just on assurance on the technology interface to the sewage system. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The city has connections into our sewer system all the time. And so this is not a new, you know, basically we're allowing a connection into our sewer. It's common practice. We have designs and fail safes to ensure the integrity of that connection. And the risk is no different than any other connection that would be coming into our system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I did just wanted to mention actually on this item, Scott DeMark from Thea Partners is a delegation. So I'll let you up now, and Councillor Kim will come right back to you after Scott's done. So you can just push that button there and you've got 5 minutes. Thanks for being here.
There we go. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. I'm representing the private sector side of this, so in Vari and Thea. My name is Scott DeMark, and I'm a partner in Thea Partners. Go to the next slide. Just very quickly, we talked that it's the developer is Dream. We're not the developer. In this case, Dream chose us as their energy partner, and so there's a little bit of a difference there. We talked a whole bunch about the development already, but I would point out to Councillor Brown, this is 600 units downtown, which is nice. And for everyone who's been here all morning, there's no trees on this site. contaminated place with a couple of bushes near the LRT. So it's a great site. It's going to be full of affordable housing, and we want to make it as clean as possible. Next slide. So who's Thea and who would be involved with this? So Thea is a boutique scale development company. We're best known for our work at ZB, where we worked to take a contaminated site and create an ecological based development, a sustainable development there. In particular, we designed and constructed and developed the district energy system, which is based on recovered energy. And then Envari, I don't think that's a mystery to anybody on council, but Envari is a private company, but wholly owned by Hydro Ottawa, which is wholly owned by the City of Ottawa. And so they are really our partner. And interestingly, we have worked very closely together because Hydro is also a partner in the district energy system at CB. Next slide. So I just wanted to point out why we're the right team for a pilot. I think when you do something different, you want somebody to come to the table who has some experience in this area. We've worked very closely with staff to talk about what we want to do, but I think it's important for people to understand that we're trying to reduce the risk by being we're already in this business. So as I said, we developed the ZB community utility. We've worked together. The ZCU is the largest zero carbon utility in Canada of its type. And it also is based on recovering heat and rejecting heat. And so although we didn't use a sewer in that case, we used a factory and the river, it is still really a very similar concept. So we use similar technologies behind the scenes. So we're an experienced team. We've already worked together. We have functioning governance. We're appropriately financed. And really our whole reason to exist is to find, economic solutions to environmental problems. So this is our space and this is where we work. Next slide. I think it's also, we talked a little bit, Marilyn talked a little bit about the delineation of risk. And this is a really small graphic for anybody in this room, but hopefully in front of you can see it. But essentially that's the city's sewer on the left-hand side of the screen. In this case, it's 100 feet below the surface. And so we've got to go down. And what you see is the vertical shaft on the right, that would be the wet well. That's what we need to construct. So this is a big hole that we're digging down to get to this sewer, and then we make the connection. But understand that everything that's the city's is just that sewer. Everything to the right of this page is ours. So we build the wet well, we maintain the wet well, we maintain the pumps, we maintain the energy exchange that happens in the building. And so really the city is just talking about whether there's a gate open or a gate closed. We either take sewage or we don't. And so if something fails on our side of the system, it just doesn't take sewage anymore and doesn't give it back. There's nothing introduced here. We're not in the chain of getting to the wastewater treatment plant. We're on the side of the chain. So we either take the effluent or we don't take the effluent. There's nothing more than that. Next slide. You guys are very busy. Obviously, everybody is really busy. So why do this at all? Really, it comes down to the economics. It is cheapest to burn fossil fuels to heat buildings in Ottawa. It's the capital cost is the cheapest, the ongoing cost is the cheapest. And so we always have to look for alternatives to that. And the only way you can get an alternative to electrify is if you get really, really efficient. And so what this does, by coupling to the wastewater system, we can make this electrified load very, very efficient. And now that becomes a method to actually get the price in line with what people are used to paying for fossil fuels. So this piece of infrastructure is really enabling technology to allow people to electrify their heating load. At the Dream development, it'll save almost 1,200 tons of CO2 in perpetuity, which is outstanding. And at the full scale, this project could save over 4 kilotons a year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I see Councillor Curry has her hand up.
Yeah, just quickly, I was going to ask you how similar it was to Zibi, and then you said it's very similar. So reason why, and I guess I would ask staff this as well, is then why is this really a pilot then? And I always find this interesting because this is a pilot because then we're going to do it all over the city, or do we even have the ability to do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the reason it's a pilot is that nothing at ZB, for instance, interfaces with a piece of city infrastructure. So that the sewer itself belongs to the city. The effluent in the sewer belongs to the city. And so this is an interface with a piece of infrastructure. At ZB, we had to do a similar process, much less governance, but we had to go to Kruger and we had to say, can we take your waste heat? And so we had to go through a process, a legal process, a technical process. It's the same thing here. It's just that it's a piece of municipal infrastructure we want to connect to.
Okay, that's very helpful. My question to staff will be later on, but it'll be then, are we going to do this everywhere or is this only good location? But
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Any other questions for the delegate? Okay, thank you so much for being here. Nice to have you. And I know the local councillor will want to speak on this. I know Councillor King also had his hand up. Did you want to defer to the local councillor first or? Okay. Councillor Troster.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say I'm very excited about this technology. I was explaining it to my daughter last night and she summarized it as, so they're going to use poop from the sewers to heat a building. And I'm like, yes, they are. But no, it is really, really interesting. And LeBreton is such a cool property because it could then be scaled out at LeBreton, like 2 other buildings at LeBreton. There were a couple of questions that occurred to me after we met. What happens if the system fails in the middle of winter? Is there a backup?
Yeah, great question. So how we'll set this up is that there's going to be redundancy inside the building. So we don't really do redundancy at the sewer. We do it inside. And so your emergency backup inside the building will be electrical based. If you like to keep your suite at 22 degrees in the winter and there's a big failure of the system, probably not going to hit 22 degrees, but we're going to be fail safe and freeze safe, et cetera, while we put the system back online.
Okay, so there would be the opportunity to use traditional
Yeah, it would be,
power.
and nobody in the suite would see it. It would be invisible behind the walls is how that would happen. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. And then I know Councillor Curry was asking about scaling up. Will there be priorities in the future to establish which projects can construct a wet system? That would be for city staff, I guess, because this is a pilot. So the idea is to try to not just do it once.
Yeah, so we're going to evaluate the lessons learned out of this project. We'll report back on the findings. We're looking closely at other examples within Canada that are currently being constructed or are planned for. We're also studying areas that could service as future wet connection, like having potential for wet connection. And it'll be for us to report back to you to determine what is the best role for the city in the future for these types of projects, whether they be just privately owned or if the city wants to play a different type of role.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the opportunity to have 600 homes that are net zero is pretty remarkable. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other, I know there was kind of a dual question there. Any other questions for the delegation? If not, we'll say thank you very much for being here. And we'll go to Councillor King now.
And Chair, I'll just wrap because the thunder was stolen by both Councillor Curry and Councillor Troster. I wanted just to really ask about the potential of the templating, because you were talking about templating that was procedural versus now the infrastructure, and whether the infrastructure could be extended to other energy districts, proposed energy districts. And I think I had an answer to my question. So I just really want to say thank you so much for the innovation that's really being demonstrated here. And I think that, we're really killing 2 birds with 1 stone here, ensuring that we can provide the services that are necessary, obviously, for energy, heat, and doing it in a way that is carbon neutral. And I think this is where we need to go. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. And just to staff, timing for this, when is it expected that this would come online? Are you reporting back 18 months following the implementation of the wet system? Is there a timeline for when it might be put in place?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So the dream development is going to time occupancy of these buildings. So the wet system needs to be operational by the time of occupancy of the buildings. So the detailed design scope of work will have to be executed fairly quickly in order to get this implemented, to then be able to report back to you on progress. So timelines are quite tight to be able to meet Dream's commitments for operation.
Okay, Thank you so much for your presentation. Thanks for all your work on this item. Is this item carried? Okay, fantastic. So we're now moving on, and I'm sorry to the two of you back there that have waited through. We are moving on to the financial statements for in-house solid waste collection, the external audit review. And there's no speakers on this item, but there is a staff presentation. And I think this is relevant for the committee just because there's going to be some decision points around these items coming later on this year. And so just an important piece of information as an update. Thanks for waiting again and being here.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I know that it's been a very long day and a long morning for you. So we're excited to be here in front of you to talk about the financial statement for the in-house collection group. Avec moi, j'ai Shelley McDonald, la directrice de la gestion des déchets solides. Et nous allons faire une brève présentation sur l'audit qui était fait sur le groupe interne de la collecte des déchets. Therefore, this will be a brief presentation basically summarizing some of the key points in our report related to the audit that was done on the in-house solid waste collection team. So I'll turn it over to Shelley.
Thank you, Alan. Slide, please. So not as sexy as what we've talked about before, but still very vital to everything that we do. So thank you for your attention. So as Alan mentioned, my name is Shelley McDonald. I'm the Director of Solid Waste Services for the City of Ottawa. So Solid Waste Services connects with the majority of residents weekly through our curbside collection contracts. This contract divides the city in 5 zones serviced by 2 groups. So Miller Waste collects from zones 1, 2, and 4. So that's shown in somewhat beigey gray on the graphic, primarily in the west, central, and south end of the city. And the in-house team collects from zones 3 and 5, shown in the teal bluish color on the screen in the core and the east end of the city. So these teams have the responsibility for the collection of recyclables, organics, leaf and yard waste, and garbage. Next slide, please. So before sharing the results for the in-house collections audit, I wanted to provide you with a little bit of background and insight as to why do we do these reports. The city's current curbside collection contract was approved and awarded back in 2011. This was done through a managed competition process that is unique, where the city participates as a bidder on a contract. In order to ensure that the procurement process is transparent, open, and fair, a fairness commissioner is involved. 2 zones were awarded to the city through this process, the in-house group, Zone 3 in the urban core, and Zone 5 in the east end. So through the awarding and the approval process, council directed staff to report back annually on the expenditures for the works awarded to the city zones. This requirement remained in place when the 3-year extension for curbside collection was approved back in 2019. This report includes the audited financial statements and performance results for the 12-month period beginning June 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022, or the 2nd year of the 3-year extension. Typically, this report is brought forward in November, but because of the municipal election last year, the report was pushed to today. I will be seeing you again later this year for the next review, which will be the last year of the contract. Next slide, please. So good news. There was a surplus for the contract in both zones. So the in-house had an operating surplus of 1.4 million in Zone 3 and over 800,000 in Zone 5 for a cumulative surplus of over 2.2 million. So this surplus was realized due to various factors. Staff used lessons learned from previous contract experience when developing the bids for the extension and increased the bid price accordingly. The contract extension included replacing 14 aged garbage trucks and acquiring 5 new garbage trucks to accommodate the growing Zone 5. These vehicles were operational during the second year of the extension, resulting in lower fleet maintenance and repair costs. The extension also anticipated increased fuel costs and factored them into the bid price as well. Next slide, please. So in addition to providing the audited financial statements for the in-house collection group, staff also summarized service requests received through 311 and ottawa.ca. The in-house collections group received a weekly average of 2.63 requests per 1,000 households. The majority of these requests were were for the replacement of the blue, black, and green bins. And final slide. We said it was short and sweet. That concludes the presentation. Welcome any questions you may have.
That is great. Thank you so much. I'm not seeing any questions, but just really appreciate the report back. And just to clarify, I guess that the public in-house collection services have been saving the city money in those 2 zones in terms of the operation surplus.
That is correct. And I'll just hand it over to Isabel, who may be able to speak more on the financial piece and the relationship between these audit results and how then it's realized into budgetary savings.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the financial statements reflect how we're comparing to the contract amount, but it fits into the overall solid waste services budget, which is funded by the garbage fee. So the revenues shown in the financial statements are not related. It's just for comparison purposes. It's the garbage fee that actually recognized as revenue in the city financial statements and the surplus.
That makes sense. Thank you so much, Councillor Curry.
Thank you. When you have a surplus like that, where does that money then go?
So it's just a portion, it's just zone 3 and 5. And we look at the overall solid waste services surpluses and deficits, which are reported in the disposition reports. And for the last 2 years, we have shown surpluses, and the portion related to the garbage fee, which is the rate portion of the solid waste services, goes back to reserves.
Good question. Thanks so much for that. So is this item received? Thank you for staying for that. Appreciate that. Okay. Are there any in-camera items? I don't believe so. Motions for which notice is previously been given. So Councillor King on the electric vehicle parking meter stations. I understand you have a substitute motion which you've brought. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair and colleagues. I'm pleased to have worked to advance a revised motion that aligns with the ongoing work of staff on a corporate EV policy and a personal EV strategy. As we know, as of last year, up to only 5% of all vehicles in Canada are either fully electric or hybrid. And that percentage, of course, is expected to climb in the coming years. By 2030, 1 out of 3 automobiles sold will be electric, and there are expected to be over 1 million EVs on the road in Ontario. By 2035, the federal government will insist that all new vehicles in Canada will be electric. As electric vehicles gain popularity, it'll be important to ensure that the city invests in critical charging infrastructure to be able to help accommodate this technological shift, as well as make a positive impact on the environment and help reach our gas emission targets. As this will be a long-term transition, it will be imperative that that city staff and council continue to review its approach to electric vehicles. And I believe that this motion helps achieve that, helps talk about the fact that staff is looking at charging stations that are a major part of the city's efforts to support the uptake of electric vehicles in Ottawa. This is why I'm pleased to advance this revised motion. I'm not going to go through it in complete detail, but it directs staff to examine best practices, including reviewing benchmark pricing and competitive bidding practices from other jurisdictions. It looks at the implications of providing free charging in pay-to-use parking facilities, prioritization of sites according to safety, accessibility, cost, for installation and electrical capacity, reporting metrics for asset management, including current condition, replacement costs, estimated lifespan and repair history of the stations, resource requirements for upgrading existing facilities, maintenance, training, technical support, and upkeep of charging stations, safety design standards for on-street and off-street installations, corporate governance and decision-making for charging station projects, including procurement, ownership, operation, maintenance, replacement, renewal, revenue, and expenses. The staff will also provide a report on the role of the City of Ottawa in supporting the adoption of electric vehicles through a personal EV strategy, which will include considerations of geographic coverage of public charging equipment, municipal policy tools to advance home charging for multiple built forms, including condos, rentals, and MDUs, EV charging in the long-term plans of the city, including the zoning bylaw, transportation master plan, asset management plans, and long-range financial plans, resource requirements, and partners to implement the personal EV strategy, education and outreach, compatibility of EV charging with City of Ottawa Complete Streets frameworks. The strategies will also look at off-street EV charging stations, ensuring that they don't interfere or diminish the rights of accessible parking permit holders to regulated amounts of accessible parking spaces. The approach will also ensure that we examine the placement and location of on-street EV charging stations and ensure that they do not interfere with no parking zones and accessibility parking permit holders. And staff will develop the corporate EV policy and personal EV strategy with requirements to ensure access to accessible parking permit holders, including visitors and residents with disabilities. Staff will also engage with key stakeholders, including Hydro Ottawa, the Accessibility Office, and the Accessibility Advisory Committee throughout the policy update and strategy development process to ensure alignment of strategic priorities and identification of risks and opportunities. Staff will also provide an opportunity for public feedback on the personal EV strategy and consider community priorities. And staff will report back in the fourth quarter of this year with recommendations related to both the corporate EV policy and the personal EV strategy, which will come back to committee and will ultimately rise to council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor King, for that. There are some delegations that are registered to speak to this item. Angela Keller Herzog, Raymond Lurie, and Lise Wayne. I'll ask if they would like to still speak to this, but they're free to. And Angela, you'd be up first if you're still here.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. You can go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
All right, great. So I have a mini visual presentation for your edification, just a couple of visuals that I thought were good to put our eyes on. So anyways, I'm still Angela Keller Herzog here for Cafes, the Ottawa's Environmental and Climate Network. So as you're quite aware, Cafes definitely wants climate action. However, and the visual presentation is coming, right? Okay, so I'll keep talking. So we want climate action, but we know that the climate dollars are very scarce. So what my presentation is about getting the bang for the buck. And we are very grateful to Councillor King to have introduced this motion and to start getting some maybe guide rails on what is going to be happening in terms of Ottawa's EV charging stations and our policy in this area. And I did have a chance to touch base with Councillor King yesterday as the motion was, I think, still undergoing deliberation. Next slide, please. So what I have come up with are 5 questions that we are keen that should enter into the process of our policy and then also our implementation. Sorry, next slide. I'm seeing a picture of the room.
Yes, I think the PowerPoint's just coming back up here.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to be going a little backwards and forwards. So I'd like slide 2 right now. Okay, so these are my 5 questions. And I'm also not able to see the time, but that's okay, I guess. I'll just keep going. So the question is, what is our target? Do we want a lot of them? Do we want a few of them? Next slide, please. So this is a picture of what Ottawa looks like from Charge Hub. So this is if you have an EV, you're coming into Ottawa, you want to see where you can charge. These are level 2 and level 3 chargers. Next slide, please. Boom. That's Montreal. That's what Montreal looks like. And I've tried to keep the scale similar on the 2 maps. So let's go back to slide number 2. So the question isn't, though, how many chargers is the city of Ottawa going to be providing? The question really should be, to make the energy transition, what kind of outcome do we want in terms of there being sufficient chargers? So the question then is, in terms of the how to pay for it, we want to make sure that Ottawa has applied for all the federal subsidies and financing supports, including perhaps the infrastructure bank again. We want to make sure that the procurement is competitive and that we don't suddenly get that surprise announcement about, oh yes, the north-south line is going to be diesel, without any discussion, which we've had those kinds of surprises before. We want to make sure that no monopoly supplier suddenly gets their wedge in, but that it is competitive in Ottawa. We also want to see that we have proper cost benchmarking, because if suddenly something is costing 100, 300, 500,000, and we're finding out that, well, it's because we're electrifying a building or a parkade that didn't have electricity at that amp rate, well, maybe it would have been smarter not to have that vanity project there, and we could have moved it somewhere else. We would also like to see that we keep our eyes on the incentive possibilities on the high performance development standard. Why not incentivize some other private building, new building, building undergoing reconstruction with a margin of the cost, and then have the output of chargers for users, rather than pay for the full cost under some project which is insisting that we need to have exactly so many chargers fully paid in exactly this accessibility configuration. So we think that there's a lot of maneuvering. And now I'd like to go to slide 5, please. So when I yesterday Googled this, a level 2 electric charger is coming in at around 1,000. I think the cost that the city is talking about is 4 of them for 100,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I'm seeing Councillor King has a question for you.
Well, I just really want to thank you, Angela, for the conversations that we had that I think really did inform the motion around benchmarking, pricing, and competitive bidding practices. I would agree with you that any expenditure, not just around EV chargers, but any expenditure should really have that rigor. And so we wanted to ensure that that was added to the motion, as well as the capacity to ensure that there would be public consultation, an element accessible to the public to provide their inputs, including questions which you have proffered. So I'm really pleased that we had that conversation. I think it will really positively impact the work that staff undertakes in terms of these strategies. And we look forward to more input from cafes around this specific issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. So we'll move to the next delegation, which is Raymond Lurie, with the President of the Electric Vehicle Council of Ottawa.
Thank you, Chair. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So I just want to be relatively brief here. Next slide, please. Relatively brief here. We're very supportive of the motion Councillor King is bringing forward. We think this is something that's actually the timing is right for this. We really need to think about what the charging infrastructure will look like in the future. So here I look at, I try to project as to what things will look like in 2040 to inform us as to what we should do between now and 2040, right? So if you look at the bottom there, by 2040, we expect that charging at home will be as prevalent as block heaters were back when I was a kid. So when I was a kid, every single parking spot that someone had assigned to them had a block heater plug there. So we expect the same thing will happen over time. Okay, so next slide, please. So most people will be able to charge at home in the future. However, meanwhile, we need public charging for people who don't have charging at home at the moment, so condos and others. But the two main groups that this will address long-term is what we refer to as garage orphans, so people who do not have charging available to them at home or because they don't have an assigned parking space. And this in Ottawa happens to be neighborhoods like the Glebe and some places in Vanier and other places of the city where we have lower income people. And the other group that this would target is visitors. So right now you saw Angela showed you some maps of the number of chargers we have in Ottawa. And yes, we do have a shortage of chargers to be able to service the needs of visitors to our city, right? So so garage orphans and visitors are likely to represent less than the total fleet. Again, when we're talking in 2040, this is a while in the future, but still this is what we should be targeting if we're looking at doing things that make sense financially and long term, right? So the average daily commute for a Canadian is 30 to 52 kilometers. I think the actual number is 42 kilometers per day. So we don't need to fill up a car every day. So a lot of people might be thinking that, you know, this is going to take a huge amount of infrastructure, but in fact, it's going to take a lot, but not maybe as much as people would think. So next slide, please. So here, just briefly, just to give you an idea, don't want to talk in details about the different levels, but level 3, essentially, the cost of implementing level 3 is about 10 times the cost of a level 2 charger. And the level 2 charger is about 10 times the cost of a level 1. So the point there is that we shouldn't neglect level 1 in solutions that we are looking at long term, because for every level 3 charger that we are deploying, we could probably deploy about 100 level 1. Okay, so next slide, please. So the next slide, I believe, looks at the, this is what the ZEV mandate that's proposed by the federal government looks like. So by 2030, 60% of new vehicles would be electric, and by 2035 and beyond, 100% of new vehicles. Now, that does not mean the fleet would all be electric. If you go next slide, please. So I've got an estimate there, I believe, in that slide of the numbers. So, so bottom line is, won't get into the details of all the calculations, but bottom line is a relatively back of the envelope-ish calculation tells us that we'll need somewhere around 30,000 level 1 and level 2 chargers, public chargers. So these are not the ones you would have at home if you have a dedicated parking spot, but these are public chargers. And we need somewhere around 1,000 level 3 public chargers also to serve the community in 2040. So that's a fair amount of infrastructure to deploy. So next slide, please. So solutions to consider here, and I really look forward to talking more to the city about this, to staff. We have had discussions in the past about this on quite a few occasions. But again, level 1 charging I believe has a place there, and we should look at that. We really need to provide support to MURBs, so multi-unit residential buildings that are trying to provide charging infrastructure. The city should find ways to try to support that as much as possible. Conduits. So there, what I mean is that if you have a street like Montreal Street that was just redone, it would be appropriate, even though we don't need the chargers today, to put conduits in place so we could then pull the wires and put the chargers in place in the future, right? And next slide, please. So the more important point is the one at the bottom there. So what we have seen, and this is something we see with chargers that are free. So if you provide free charging, there tends to be some abuse. So we actually saw there was one station at the city that was occupied by a car all the time. And So we think that there should be a token fee for level 2 or level 3 charging, and there should also be an idle fee. What you see on the right-hand side there is the idle fee example from Tesla's superchargers. So they charge up to a minute up to $1 per minute if you exceed your charging time. Or so if you're plugged in and you're not charging after 5 minutes or so, that you'll start paying $1 per minute. So that really incents people to move away and leave the place, leave the charging station available to someone else. So that's it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that delegation. And Councillor King has a question for you.
And I just really wanted to repeat my thanks for the input that Ray has provided on this motion. It's much appreciated. And I think that there will be a continuing opportunity to talk about price structures and other important elements, as well as the necessary deployment to see and accommodate the future fleet that will emerge due to changing regulations in a changing industry and a changing environment. So I really wanted to thank you for the inputs that you provided, and we'll continue to have that discussion through this process.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. The last delegation we have is Liz Wayne, who is here in person with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liz Wayne. I am speaking as a very concerned private citizen living in Ottawa. My question for you today is more for your reflection and should leave you with lots of food for thought. I attended your public meeting on February 21, 2023, and witnessed Mr. Tom Harris, who I learned is the head of the International Climate Change Coalition Canada, expressed his serious concerns about the city's dangerous and expensive climate and energy plan for a non-existent climate change emergency with this committee. Every motion brought forward, and both Councillor King's motion concerning electric vehicle parking meter station, as well as the end of term report of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, are based on the belief or the personal perception that we face a human-induced climate emergency that the city must address through greenhouse gas reduction. However, Mr. Harris, who is and works with many other experts in this field, has demonstrated to this committee with books upon books of real documented science on the matter that there is no climate emergency. And I witnessed it myself because he was stacking books really high on this desk. Could the committee please tell me if you have all studied the climate change reconsidered reports of the unbiased, non-governmental international panel on climate change that Mr. Harris left with you during the February 21 committee meeting? These reports are important since they show that the climate emergency on which Councillor King's motions and the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee's report are based on does not exist. Mr. Harris asked that each member of this committee read the ICSC Canada report that shows the incredible costs that, as well as the serious threats being imposed on the City of Ottawa by the Climate Change Master Plan that is the foundation of the Advisory Committee's report. Can you tell me if the committee members have even read the report yet, since there have been a whole month since that meeting, and in particular studied the part of the ICSC report that deals with the problem with electric vehicles? If members of the committee do not have the time to read the material that Mr. Harris left for you, I suggest that you go to sites like rumble.com or the highwire.com or there are many, many other good sources and documentaries on these topics, which are made by independent scientists and journalists who are reporting the truth about the climate scare. Or you could do a Google search on topics like, is climate change a hoax? Or the truth about cobalt mining in the Congo? Or the dangers of geoengineering and the 5G technology that on the environment, and dangers of those technologies on all form of life, including human life, animal life, birds, and especially bees. Unless or until you read and do your own research and look at reports and documentaries that are done by unbiased scientists and experts, I do not think it would be responsible to go any further with the city's plan on these issues. I am also wondering how the City of Ottawa is planning to finance such a huge undertaking. The $57 billion budget planned for the climate emergency that does not exist is not pocket change. It does not take a master's degree in finance to do the math and realize that these very costly and unnecessary expenses would be an irresponsible, huge waste of public funds, which I pay into, and for which I do not agree because I have done my research. Thank you for letting me share my concerns that would not only impact me personally, but every single citizen in this beautiful city, their wallet and their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Councillor King has a question.
Just a comment, Chair. I do look forward to reading a report. That report is the report released yesterday by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is a body of experts convened by the United Nations. My understanding is that they worked 7 years on that report. It was multiple countries, multiple scientists who contributed to it. And the understanding of that report is that the planet is changing, the climate is changing. And it says that in order for us to really ensure that we can deal with climate change, we have to make changes in terms of the way that we go forward in terms of technologies, in terms of the technologies that are utilized. And obviously, electric vehicles are one of those technologies that will allow us to deal with the climate change emergency. It's also a strategy that the city staff has been working on, and we've seen the installation of these technologies. I think it is important for us to really address the fact that climate change is real. This committee is entitled Environment and Climate Change Committee. We are dealing with science that's before us, and we're also dealing, frankly, with technological change that's happening before us. We have regulations that are saying that we will be adopting new technologies, and so it's going to be imperative for the city to ensure that it starts to make those adjustments as the automobile industry also makes adjustments. So I look forward to reading that report that expended a tremendous amount of time and effort, and is something that we need to really take a serious hold of and a serious understanding of, and not just read the information, but take action on the information also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor King. Seeing no other comments, thank you for your delegation. So we will now move on to the actual discussion of the motion. Any questions for staff? Councillor Curry, I saw you had your hand up there previously, so feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. This motion is simply just do a report, find out all this information, right? So one of the questions I just want to ask for staff is, do you think this will be a lengthy endeavor? You're agreeing with this motion? You have an estimate of how much time it might take you to do this? Is it part of something we're already doing?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. So within the motion, we identify that the expectation is to report back on these strategies within this calendar year. So it's a significant amount of time, but not super far into the future.
No, but in terms of the work, would it take you from now till the end of Q4? Like, how much work is this going to take for you to do?
Well, it's a significant amount of work in that we have to engage a number of different stakeholders to understand what the strategy is going to mean in terms of accessibility, in terms of implications for various sites, and as well as the public and engagement with other stakeholders such as Hydro Ottawa.
Okay, so my question really is getting at, so are you going to be doing this anyway? Are you thinking, oh my gosh, now we're going to have to stop doing something else? I wanting to know, are you think this is a wonderful motion? You support it?
Yes, Councillor, we support the motion. We work closely with Councillor King to align the work that was already scheduled or already directed by the Energy Evolution Project under the personal electric vehicle strategy.
Okay, that's very clear. So I talked to Councillor King ahead of time. My only thought was the motion you had beforehand, Hydro Ottawa, being a member of Hydro Ottawa, I ran it by them and they had some changes. So now this is a new one that they haven't seen. I'm wondering, would it be okay if you had them look at it before we get to council? This passes here and you could just have a conversation with Bryce or Julie.
Absolutely. I'm amenable to that, sure.
Super. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my council colleague for raising this motion. I'm supportive of this motion as it's going to go forward. I think it's important for us to populate the grid downtown and across the city with the resources that are going to feed the need that we're going to have going forward for electric vehicles. And certainly of the delegations I saw today on this topic, a lot of the discussion was regarding kind of the scale up of personal vehicles and electric vehicles as we get into 2035 and beyond, and what that means from the perspective of electrification of personal vehicle fleets, and obviously charging and electrification of the grid is a component to that. And so I don't know whether my question is for staff if it is going to be included in there, the report that they're looking at, or if this is a question for us on how we interface with Hydro One or Hydro Ottawa, Chair. But my interest is in not just the individual EV charging stations, but it's the grid that allows for that to happen. Because as we scale up and go from 2 or 3 charging stations on a street to 100 stations, when you count what we're going to have in garages and then in further public venues and such, I'm interested in what the actual city infrastructure grid can manage and what those upgrades are going to need to be in order to prepare us for that. And if we're looking at that problem 10 years out and saying in 2035, I think one of the delegates mentioned that by 2030, a third of the EVs sold, a third of the vehicles will be electric sold, and by 2035, all new vehicles will be electric. I just want to make sure that we're preparing ourselves over the next 10 to 15 years to look at this issue of electrification from a broader city grid perspective and what that's going to mean to us, so that we're not caught, 5-10 years from now trying to install an electric vehicle charging station and that amperage is not available on that portion of the grid. So that's my question. I don't know whether staff can answer the function of if that type of question will be incorporated into that report, or perhaps if there's any other comment on how we interface with Hydro Ottawa as we go forward on this, because I think that's a critical issue in terms of how we're going to actually see some form of reality come from our ambitious plan. Thank you.
Okay, and does staff want to respond to that question? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Chair, we certainly recognize that there are a number of limitations in the electrical grid. And the question around what the role of the city versus the role of not only our local distribution companies like Hydro Ottawa and Hydro One, but also what the role of the province is in our provincial bulk electricity grid is important. In terms of the work that we're doing with Hydro Ottawa, we have a monthly meeting with them in order to discuss a range of issues. Hydro Ottawa has got funding through the Independent Electrical Systems Operator, the IESO, in order to better understand where potential charging pressures may come and to understand the impacts within their local grid. Separate from that, there are also regular meetings which have started with Invari around understanding what the case is for public charging and how that will proceed. Several of those issues we considered within the personal electric vehicle strategy, but some of them are outside of the direct control of the municipality itself.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hill, any other questions you wanted to raise?
No, and I appreciate Mr. Chair and staff that response. I think going forward, I'm going to need to reflect on this a little bit because I'm quite concerned on what our ambition is with regard to scale up for electrification and just making sure that our infrastructure and resources meet that demand and that we look at how we're going to get there. I know some of that's perhaps not within the remit of our committee, but I think certainly the second order effects of it we're going to feel. So I'll ponder that and perhaps have maybe an inquiry or something prepared for you for our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. I'm not seeing any more discussion hands up. So is this motion carried? Okay, thank you for that. I did just want to mention before we move on, there's a notice of motion, but our previous item on the Taywin tree cutting, I just wanted to mention to committee that there was the public discussion and Tim Marks provided me advice as well. And our city clerk's office has also mentioned that the direction that Councillor Kavanaugh has provided will rise to as committee recommendations to council as originally drafted, though normally these would be motions, with the opportunity to amend them at council in consultation with legal services. So we're going to include the additional narrative in the minutes to extract on that piece. And just wanted to make sure people were aware of that there'll still be work on that as it rises to council, given the Kavanaugh direction. So appreciate Councillor Kavanaugh and staff working through that and getting us to a better place for in time for city council. Okay, so moving on, we're now at, I believe, the introduction of notice of motion. And that would be over to Vice Chair Carr. Yes, please just read that in.
Hi, thank you. Just to confirm, do I read all the whereas clauses?
You can choose, or you can just read the before there therefore be it resolved clauses.
I will read the therefore be it resolved clauses. Therefore, be it resolved that the city move forward with signing the Montreal Pledge on Biodiversity, and be it further resolved that staff continue their efforts to implement policies and programs supporting the 15 commitments in the Montreal Pledge on Biodiversity and report back as further resources be deemed necessary.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carr. So that'll be considered at our next meeting, and appreciate your dedication there, along with Councillor Plante, who I know took part in that and have been working diligently with this with city staff. Inquiries. I believe we do have an inquiry from Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill, is that correct?
Yes. Basically, it's just drilling a little bit into the in-year budget. Do you want me to read out just questions, or?
That would be great, just to go through the inquiry quickly.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So following the discussion from the February 23rd meeting of the Environment Climate Change Committee, please consider the following supplemental questions. In addition to the 3 building retrofit projects, municipal, residential, and commercial, are there any other pilot programs that the $5 million allocated in the 2023 budget will be spent on? What are the specific budgets for each individual study or project captured by the $5 million? For example, how much money has been set aside for the municipal residential pilot project? And what key performance indicators will be used to measure the success or failure of each building retrofit program or any other pilot project captured by the CCMP spending? And how will these KPIs be measured? When will these KPIs and associated data be provided to committee? And when can council expect to receive the studies funded by the 2023 CCMP spending? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. And other business, any other business from committee? Okay, seeing none, we're adjourned, and our next meeting will be on April 18th, 2023. Thanks for hanging in there today.
Thank you.
Thank you.